NDPC.
During Namte, Head of Audit.
Good morning, I'm Angela Mefakbega. I'm the Director for General Services and Secretary to the Commission at NDPC.
Good morning, my name is William Dochi Asare. I'm the Acting Head, Monitoring and Evaluation Division, NDPC.
Good morning, my name is Sandra Kesi Amankwa, the Acting Head, Development Plan Coordination Division, NDPC. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Chini, just an ordinary person.
Good morning. My name is Sabna Amoa. I'm the MD of the Ghana Stock Exchange.
Okay. Welcome to everyone. We have two of our friends from International IDEA who are also visiting. International IDEA has been offering technical support for the committee, and our friends Summit and Adam are behind us. They are visiting from The Hague, so they will be observing today's proceedings as well. We are expecting other visitors from the Swiss embassy and the Dutch embassy in Accra, who are also supporting this process. Later in the morning, we are expecting that we'll be joined by some of our other presenters. But welcome. This is the session devoted to economic governance and the Constitution. We, at the committee, we decided very early on that we were going to undertake a series of public engagements in two different formats. This format is what we call the stakeholder engagement. We have a second engagement format which would see the committee traveling the country to meet the general public in what we call the zonal engagements. With the stakeholder engagements, the idea is to interact with persons, institutions, and organizations who, by virtue of their career, their work, have had some close familiarity with working the Constitution or parts of it in some significant way, and therefore who can share their insights and perspectives on particular thematic or cross-thematic areas of the Constitution. So we have clustered the Constitution's 20-something pages into about a dozen or so clusters, thematic clusters and cross-thematic clusters, and have been engaging various constituencies on the basis of those clusters. We have had so far 3 weeks of such engagements covering a range of thematic areas from land and natural resources to decentralization and local government, to state enterprises and the public services, political parties, independent constitutional bodies and the Council of State, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. That was last week. And this week we are starting off with this conversation on economic governance. When we were given the mandate to undertake this work, we were also given some foundational documents, some primary documents with which to more or less as the primary documents, reference documents for our work. One of them being, the main one being the report of the Constitution Review Commission set up by the late Professor President Atta Mills in 2010, whose report was delivered at the end of 2011. That report is instructively titled from a political to a developmental constitution. My reading of or understanding of that choice of title was to signify or indicate that while we had made considerable progress on the democracy front, on the competitive politics part of our constitutional system, in the sense of basically alternating power between competing parties, enforcing or complying with our term limits provisions, doing party turnover generally peacefully, that there was a sense that there was a gap that remained in the sense of making sure that democracy translated into development, which is what the average Ghanaian seemed to expect from democracy. So the idea of doing a constitution that would go beyond the political to the developmental is what our predecessor commission sought to do, and I believe that is what they believe the documents that they produced also sought to do. In the period since 2011, a lot has indeed changed, not least in the area of development and the connection that has to democracy. So since December 2011, when the CRC submitted its report, we have returned to the IMF twice. First in 2015, that program expired in 2019, and we returned to the fund, I believe in 2022 or 2023 or thereabouts. We are still under what some have called adult supervision in that regard. We have also had our first experience of a sovereign debt default since the 2011 report, with local and external bondholders alike enduring an unprecedented haircut. At the time the report was submitted, you could purchase $1 with 1.65 CDs, 1 CD 65 pesos at the end of 2011. Today, you would need close to 16 CDs to buy a unit of the US currency. So I guess I'm painting this context to say that on many levels, the kinds of ambition that our predecessors set themselves in terms of trying to move from a political to a developmental constitution remain largely unrealized. And yet our constitution indeed does contain a number of provisions related to the economic governance of the country. There is an entire chapter on finance, titled Finance, but which touches numerous other areas, including debt, budgeting, monetary policy, central bank independence and governance, economic statistics and data, national development planning, financial accountability through the Office of the Auditor General, the role of Parliament, and numerous such other aspects of what you would call the economic governance of the state. There are also provisions related to how we contract international agreements, commercial agreements, that is. And There are others that are not specifically covered. We have had occasion in our discussions around state enterprises, for example, and the natural resource governance. Our discussions on state enterprise and natural resources assisted us with some insights on how we manage those state assets and how they relate to the economy. Issues around, for example, the so-called fiscal rigidities in our budget. This is a term that one hears often, and we have come to understand that to mean the proliferation of special purpose statutory funds, for example, that are authorized under Article 176(2)(b) of the Constitution, but which, because of the proliferation, may have constrained the fiscal space for government. We also have issues around IGF, or internally generated funds, and what some believe is the abuse in that area, and how that also limits government's ability to raise revenue, because all of these are taken outside of the consolidated fund. And in our discussion of SOEs, we also learned that there were problems with that sector, including that they are currently not even within the Constitution's regulatory framework. So there are a number of these issues that we have touched upon in earlier conversations, but which remain also open for discussion today. So the idea here is to assemble a team of technical people, as well as governance people who work in this area and who we believe have exceptional insights that they would like to share with us. We have Dr. Theo Champong, who will anchor today's conversation with a presentation online. He's currently based, I think, somewhere in Scotland, and he has agreed to do a presentation that will open this conversation for us this morning. We will do it. The plan is that after his presentation, because of the wide range of issues that are covered under the economic governance cluster, it would be probably more useful if we stayed focused on, we went about it like topic by topic. So if it's debt management, if it's fiscal rigidities, if it's central bank governance, we would take those issues one after the other, and we think that in that more systematic fashion, we will be better able to get your insights and your advice on that. We also would like to urge those of you who have written memoranda to submit to proceed to do so. We would be much better helped, actually, if beyond this oral or in-person discussion, you were also able to contribute a paper where you set out your recommendations more explicitly, so that it would benefit us beyond this conversation. So having said that, I think we are ready to start with Dr. Theophilus Echampong, if he's ready. Theo, if you are ready, you can proceed to do your presentation for us. Thank you.
Good morning. Just sound check to see if everybody can hear me.
Maybe a bit. Can you increase the volume on your
end? Quick sound check. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Prof, and thank you for setting the tone. And this is a really auspicious occasion for myself and for many of us who have been following the economic developments in the country. I just wanted to also say that I would also submit some memo to the committee in respect of some of the things that I'm going to be highlighting here today, but also to say that I don't have the full set of answers, and so it would be the deliberations amongst the members and my other colleagues from civil society and the government agencies would be very important in terms of coming up with a more kind of comprehensive solution around the set of issues. But just to anchor the conversation, I wanted us to do sort of three things. Really, for me, I think it's important we understand the root causes of the challenges that we faced, and then I'll try and link that to some of the aspects of the constitutions that kind of gives cause or rise to these challenges, and then I would highlight a few policy options, and in the end, some concluding thoughts around that. So I'll just quickly jump into it because I want to talk about. Sure, Prof. Yes, I'll try and aim for 20, and then we have more time for others. But the point for me, or the starting point, is that as a country, if you actually went back and you looked at our economic trajectory, we have been living from crisis to crisis. And what I have attempted really to do here and on your screen is just to try and chart a historical perspective of our economic challenges and the attempts that we've made to try and resolve them, going all the way back to the late 1950s to the current time period. I've sort of put them in 6 buckets around the 50s to the 60s, the 1970s issues with the global oil price decline and the impact of that on the economy, and then coming into the 80s to the 90s, the drought, and subsequently the structural adjustment program that Ghana entered into. We started some series of reforms and some liberalization, and then we got into the first energy, or the first major energy crisis. There were other ones in the 80s, but in the early to mid 2000s, the power supply challenges, and then the global financial crisis, and then subsequently we became a lower middle income country, discovered oil in the process, but nevertheless we still could not manage our economic fortunes, and entered into the 16th IMF program, and now we're dealing with the 17th program. In that period, we've had the COVID pandemic, we've had Russia, Ukraine, and now we're talking about, Trump 2.0 with the cascading impact on global supply chains and the rebalancing of the economic order. This is just to set the context to highlight the point that, look, we have been, in a sense, doing a firefighting approach to economic governance within the country, but it needn't be so. And it needn't be so because when you look at the 1992 Constitution, under the directive principles of state policy, what I call our mission mandate, and that's very clearly articulated in Article 36(1), which says that the state shall take steps to, quote, maximize the rate of economic development and to secure the maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness of every person in Ghana, and to provide adequate means of livelihood and suitable employment and public assistance to the needy. This is the mission mandate that we've set for ourselves. And when you look at the data, which I'll show in a few more minutes, you would see that on most of the things that we've said we should have been doing since 1992, and the new constitution came in place in relation to the Fourth Republic, we've actually not been able to meet most of them. And in Article 36.2, the underlying economic principles that gives cause to this mission mandate, again, is fairly, in my view, articulated within that. So, for example, it talks about fair and realistic remuneration that is linked to production and productivity. It also talks about creating an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive. It also talks about the need for an even and balanced development. And these are all, in my view, rightfully articulated in Section 6, particularly Article 36.1, 36.2 of the Constitution. Then when we look at 36.3 and 36.5, this is giving further impetus to where our priority and focus as a country ought to be. So clearly it states there that the state shall, quote, take appropriate measures to promote the development of agric and industry. And if you look at the structure of the economy today, currently, actually it's dominated by services. It's about almost 50% of output instead of agriculture and industry. And the reasons are many. And related to that is also the point that the president is meant to, within every 4 years when they come into office, present the coordinated plan of economic and social development policies, which the NDCPC leads, to drive and give specific meaning and action to what they ought to do around agriculture and around industry. The plans, in my review of them, largely are good. The challenge comes down to financing, and sometimes they are even not linked to the party's own manifesto promises and agenda. And that is really part of the broader political economic challenge that we've got to address. What I have on the next few slides is just a few more data points, just to give a bit of color to the points that I had highlighted or raised, much earlier. So we're going through a challenge as a country, but part of that challenge also is the fact that we have been consistently spending more than we raise in revenue. What we sometimes economists would also say, we've been running pro-cyclical fiscal policies rather than counter-cyclical fiscal policies. And Prof. Chair, you also in your remarks talked about the structural rigidities in the budget, and this is just an example here, just to give a bit of color to some of the structural rigidities that we're talking about. So if you use the 2024 budget as an example, almost 93%. So for every 100 cedi of revenue that we're mobilizing, 93 cedis goes to pay for employee compensation, service our debt, and then also the other statutory funds like the District Assembly Common Fund and the rest that we have to pay monies to. And this really leaves us with very little to undertake other priority capital expenditure and the things that are needed to enhance productivity within the country. And again, I mean, the other broader political economy point here is that despite all the, the laws and even the constitution and things there, the fact is that the political class often sidesteps these provisions, and you have major spending overruns, especially in the lead up to elections. And you see quite significant spikes. So here, what that data point is showing you on your screen is, if you plotted the year-on-year change in government revenue and grants, and you also plotted the same thing year-on-year change in government expenditure, you consistently, going back to about 2012 and even 2008 as well, you consistently see in the year before the election year, a big sharp spike in expenditure. And sometimes even when the revenues have gone down, you still see these, major, spikes in our expenditure patterns, which the laws are not, to an extent able to to help mitigate, and that is part of the challenge when I come to talk about solutions that we've got to address. I will skip over a few more because I went into a bit of our history and I went to look at our IMF programs, all of the 17 IMF programs that we've entered into since 1966. And, it comes down to a number of internal and external factors. But largely, you would see that, especially in the more recent times, what has really caught us and made things worse, in my view, has been the internal set of factors, how we have literally, borrowed our way, and often most of these monies have actually not been used for the purposes that they are meant to do. And you can, again, go back and look at all the data, and you would see that even as of the 1966 program, you look at what we said we were going to do, and you juxtapose that to the latest one, the 2023 program, you'll be shocked, or many of us will be shocked, that the writing, the narrative and the framing is almost, the same. So you sort of ask yourself, did we go or did we come? Why do we keep still repeating some of these, mistakes? And it comes down to the inefficiency in spending, the corruption issues, and in my view also how we can use the Constitution as one of the instruments to actually correct some of these imbalances that we see. So I'm just quickly going to go into setting the tone, then, what can we do from the constitutional point of view? And I'll tie it into the broader political economic factors. I think there are three key things here. For us, in terms of any reform proposals, the reform proposals have to attempt to address, one, the structural factors. Number two, we've got to be able to address also the institutional factors. What I mean by this is that where or what are the incentives that is shaping the behavior of these actors and therefore giving cause to these perverse outcomes that we see. And then also try to understand, sort of the agents, the actors, the stakeholder interests within that broader economic governance, architecture. And then importantly also, for me, then becomes any proposals that we make, again, around understanding these structural, institutional, and agents, we've got to subject them to the AAA test. So do we as a people have the authority to actually implement those economic governance reforms? Is there acceptance amongst the broad stakeholder community that this is the way to actually go? And then thirdly, do we actually also have the ability? So here I'm talking about financial resources, technical resources, and whatnot that are needed to actually ensure that any proposals that we make would be taken on board and help address the imbalances that we have witnessed over the last 40 or so years, but particularly more acute in the last, in my view, maybe 12 or so years as a country. So going more specifically and trying to wrap up in terms of the details on some of the reform proposals, under the directive principles of state policy, the Chapter 6 of the Constitution and Article 86, yes, that establishes the NDPC, and the NDPC has actually done in my view, quite a good job over the last 30 or so years, given a lot of the constraints that they are faced with and given the mission mandate that they have had. And I do have some proposals which I would circulate on how we can better strengthen the NDPC and link the work that they do to broader developmental, outcomes. But again, to just maybe just highlight a quick point here, the NDPC has been very pivotal in producing a number of our key development documents. So we can go back to Vision 2020, the GDA 1 and 2, Ghana Shared Growth and Development Agenda, the coordinated plan and all of that. And when you actually do or review these documents, they are not the problem. The problem is really with execution and ensuring that the things that we see we'll do is actually linked to tangible outcomes. So by this, what I mean is that we're not just building schools or roads and hospitals, but can we link these things to improvement in productivity? Can we link this to improvement in health outcomes? Then my last point I want to make here, and also I'm sure the other speakers will expand on it. This for me, in terms of the macro fiscal governance, is perhaps the most important, the chapter 13 of the Constitution. So specifically from Article 174 all the way down to Article 189. And what I've done is to cluster them around these 6 thematic issues. And I have proposals on what can be done to improve these on each of these. So the first theme is on tax policy. And rightfully, Parliament has the mandate when it comes to control of taxation and setting standards and ensuring that the revenues that we raise are used for the right purposes. But again, I think some of the provisions there can be strengthened, and I've got specific recommendations on how that can be done. On budgeting and expenditure, the data, like I presented or showed earlier, clearly our problem is on expenditure control, and our budgets over the years have not been credible in terms of it being linked to clear policy objectives and how we spend. And again, here I think some reforms around, for example, in what cases, circumstances can you actually undertake emergency spending? So we saw during the COVID pandemic, the government came up with the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and that was actually set aside. And there were no clear, or in my view, detailed enough criteria that was followed to actually go through to set in very clear terms under what circumstances can you go about spending within an emergency and what limits or remits are there. I do note that just last week, there was an amendment to the PFM Act, which sets in place or in tone a bit more structure or strictures around this. But I think that some of them can be, instead of being incorporated within the Act, can actually be brought within the constitutional articles just to give a bit more power when it comes to enforcement. And then on borrowing and on debt management, again, a lot of the mandate sits with Parliament on the legislative oversight. And I think there's a huge weakness at the level of Parliament as an institution when it comes to the oversight on public debt management. And here again, I have some proposals around that and how that can be strengthened. There's monetary policy within the realm of the central bank and how we can better insulate the central bank from further pressure from the Treasury. I note here that as part of our ongoing IMF program, there are some specific reforms that are being taken in this regard, and this includes the amendment to the Bank of Ghana Act. But again, I think that some of those amendments can be incorporated as part of the tweaks to the Constitution that we're making. On data and planning, this is really the bit to do with the Ghana Statistical Service and the other agencies that provide data. The Statistical Service, in my view, in the last few years has become one of the pockets of efficiency that the political economists like to use that word. They've tremendously improved their data collection, the data that they're putting out, and even the use or usability of that data. And that can be better strengthened. And lastly, on auditing and accountability, I also think that a number of our independent auditing and accountability institutions, including the Auditor General and their work and the surcharge powers, can be further strengthened. But just in trying to conclude, my key takeaway point really is that the outcomes that we have seen as a country on the economic front, and the fact that sometimes the economy is growing, but we're not seeing it translating into reducing poverty levels, or we're not seeing that translating into improvements in productivity, really goes back to how the incentive structures are set up. And I strongly believe that we can use the Constitution as one of the starting points to actually engineer change on our macro-fiscal governance. It's not going to solve all of our problems, because some of the issues actually lie outside the scope of the Constitution. You need specific acts, you need specific regulations and legislation to sort of give further meaning to them. But in my view, starting with the constitutional reforms and focusing a lot for me on the chapter 13 along these 6 thematic areas on tax policy, budgeting, borrowing and debt, all the way down to auditing and accountability is the way to go. And I would submit to the committee memo with some further reflections on some of the specific changes that could better inure and ensure that the governance of this country and the outcomes of that governance improves the welfare of our people, because currently that has not been the case. So with that, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you very much. And I hope this probably has set the right tone for further engagement. Over.
Opening, it's indeed set the tone, I think the right tone. If there was, I think anybody who thought that matters of the economy and economic governance were not properly the subject of the Constitution for the Constitution Review Committee, I think you have succeeded in disabusing our minds of that view. I'm also actually reminded that when the framers of the U.S. Constitution convened the Philadelphia Convention, to which ended up redrawing what was then the Articles of Confederation into the to become the U.S. Constitution. We often forget that they met to discuss issues of trade. You know, the 13 colonies that had formed the United States after the War of Independence had something called the Articles of Confederation that bound them together at the time, and it had failed to stop interstate trade wars. So Virginia would impose huge tariffs and taxes on goods coming from North Carolina or the Carolinas, and then Rhode Island will do the same, Massachusetts will do the same. So really, this is what they met in Philadelphia to solve. The problem was trade. How do we facilitate trade amongst ourselves? So it was an economic objective that sent them to Philadelphia, and that's what led to the U.S. Constitution. So in a sense, the U.S. Constitution was really designed primarily to solve an economic problem. And so constitutions do help, actually, to set the framework within which, whether it's commerce among the states, which was their goal in the United States, or guardrails and disciplines around fiscal behavior or debt or borrowing. I mean, these are all appropriately subjects for a constitution. So I think you have been very successful in setting this tone for us. I particularly like the fact that you disaggregated chapter 13 into these 6 broad themes: taxation, budgeting and expenditure, borrowing and debt, monetary policy, data and planning, and audit and accountability. That, of course, suggests that we already have in the Constitution something that we thought would help with our economic governance. Unfortunately, as all of the data and the statistics and the context that you have painted indicate, these provisions have not so far managed to tame the problems that we probably intended them to solve. And when you read the provisions closely, these are mostly, some of them are just process issues, but they're also very just nominal. They really are not intended to really do anything. They just tell you to set up a fund. And they authorize that the fund, you can do this out of the fund. Sometimes you can give a waiver. So it's just authorization to do things. They are not constraints as such, right? So they mostly authorize the doing of certain things by government without putting in any guardrails or any constraints. And that may well be part of the problem that we need to solve through this exercise. So thank you very much. I think you have, so maybe I'll invite, if we follow the 6 thematic areas that you have highlighted for us and we went down that line, maybe that would be a useful way to set the conversation. You talked about, so you highlighted the problem of expenditure control under budgeting and expenditure as one of the key problem areas. I'm trying to find the most efficient way to organize this conversation, because if I don't want us to just put everything together and just start talking about it cross purposes. If we maybe followed a certain sequence where we gathered people's thoughts on theme by theme and went that way, maybe we would get more mileage out of the discussion. So if we took, say, the budgeting and expenditure and looked at what it is that could be done in that area to strengthen either the guardrails there, and then we went to, say, borrowing and debt, and then we went on to monetary policy, and then audit and account. Those, if we followed that order, maybe we would get more mileage from it than just having every other presenter make a general presentation that will touch on all of this. So if you don't mind, that's how I intend to proceed. And Abner, would it be okay to have you start the conversation, the reaction to Theo's presentation, maybe taking just 2 of the areas that he highlighted, budgeting and expenditure, and then borrowing and debt. Then so we will take them at least 2 at a time, and we'll see how we can organize the conversation around those.
Thank you, Chair. So I take it you want reactions to his presentation. Theo, that was an excellent presentation. And I think I picked up on maybe a couple of issues that I want to highlight. One is something you said around the plans are in place, the problem is the execution. So how do we get the constitution we have or we are planning to come out with, deal with the issues of execution and the consequences of non-execution? Because it's not for lack of planning, it's not for lack of human capacity and great documents and examples, but if our issues, as many I'm sure believe, many around the table would agree with, is execution and the fact that there doesn't seem to be consequences when people don't do their work, then we'll keep going back and forth on this. So I'd love to see what we need to do or how the new constitution addresses particularly these two challenges. Coming to budgeting and planning, I think a lot of the recommendations around what the NDPC does versus what the political parties do versus other developmental or other initiatives to grow our economy do. The linkages between that is one of the key areas we need to look at. So if we have a national road plan, how do you get a national road plan? It even means that the way NDPC itself goes around formulating that national road plan is very, very important and has to be not just inclusive, but seen and felt as inclusive. So when we adopt a national strategy, it's a strategy that has gone through a very rigorous process. All key sectors are onboarded, it's understood, and it's owned by the people. So that for me is one, because if there's alignment behind it, it's hard for political parties, it's hard for private sector companies to go and say, I'm going on a different path from the national agenda. The second thing I want to pick up on is the tone of our constitution, that for one that is supposed to drive economic wealth and I think prosperity for individuals. There's a lot of government must do this, government must do this. How do we strike the balance between what is government's role and what is the private sector's contributions or role? Not contributions, but what is private sector to lead on? 1992 is a very different environment from today's world. Are we a country that government provides everything, or government is the source of prosperity in our country, or do we want to look at a different model? Is a government that has unsustainable debts the one to drive economic prosperity, or are we looking at how we mobilize domestic capital and ideas and energies to drive that economic prosperity that we are seeking for? I think when I see government must provide a happy citizenship, there's a role for government, and there's a role for people that take that economic development to the next level. And I love the fact that you shared what had brought the American colonies and states to the table, that it was about trade and it was about economic prosperity for the individuals there. So when you look at government in total, and today of our maybe 34 million population, out of, 20 million people, are they the ones to drive economic development? Or is it the the non-public sector group that is going to drive that. So So I think that's an important area we must look at and see how we address that in the Constitution. So those are my initial reactions to.
Fantastic.
Dr.
Thank
King.
you. Thanks for those views. The next person I have on my roster here for reaction is Dr. Tiahin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think the major problem that we have, I think, as Theo said, the disconnect between the political parties and the National Development Agency. Once there is a dichotomy between the two, I don't think this one is singing a different hymn. This one is singing Presbyterian. That one is singing Methodist hymn. You can't synchronize it anywhere. Let the politicians be advised that the National Development Organization, whatever it is there for the benefit of the country, which is the most important thing. If you listen to Theo, you sit here and you find it very sad. We set ourselves agric and industry. We have run away from it. Why have we run away from it? We continue. I cried. The reason being is that I am a son of a farmer. And my mom used to export tomatoes to Waga. Those of you who know, we call Waga. That is Burkina Faso. He buys and puts it in a long trailer truck. We take it to Burkina Faso. Today is the other way around. I mean, is it a country? The Constitution actually set it clear for us, and we have deviated. And we keep on talking about creating welfare, supporting industry. I mean, how many people do we have in even farming? It's bigger than the 70 billion that we are paying for the public sector wages. Those of you who don't know, this year is 73 billion wages and compensation. But the amount of people in this agric, if you go down, they are more than that. So let us begin to say that, or adapt as part of the Constitution, remind the political parties that the service industry cannot take us anywhere. It will take us to a certain limit. But agric, those of you who have followed Burkina Faso, I really take my hat off for him, a young man. The amount of investment he's making in agric. I traveled there recently. I couldn't believe it. When he stopped some 14 tracks, our president had to go there. What sort of country do we have? When we have a constitution that has set this agenda and we don't want to follow it. So, Mr. Chairman and your members, I think let the political parties go to the basis, because the Constitution, those of you in law, you call it the primary legislation, isn't it? Any other law cannot supersede the Constitution. And I'm pleading with the political parties that let them begin to use what is set in as their political manifesto, agric and industry. Otherwise, we can come here the next, those of you who live 100 years, which I don't think I can live that, we'll come and sit here, talk about the same thing. We'll come and sit here, talk about, Theo was talking about debt. I mean, I can't believe that. Never in the history of any African country, never, not even in the case of Argentina, let alone Greek, and the whole countries in Africa, we are the first to structure people's savings and destroy it. I'm very passionate about it. I've written a lot of articles on public debt. And one of the forums, Mr. Chairman, in 2018, I was giving a lecture at Kimpiski. And I said that the way we are borrowing, we'll pay through our nose. And I was insulted in this country. Today, we are not even paying through our nose. We are using our blood to pay. So, like Joe said, constitutionally, it is not law. That is why I refer to the chairman. I ask your permission. The Constitution is a primary legislation document, isn't it, Mr. Chairman? Let us set it right in the Constitution that no one should borrow more than 50% of our GDP ratio. Nobody. So that it puts a brake on people telling people we can do so many things. We promise heaven and earth, and you go and borrow and come and destroy what we have. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm so passionate about the debt. I wouldn't be very, Tio was more of a refined human being. Let us put it in the Constitution. Nobody should use a secondary law. I heard somebody saying recently that I'm going to amend the PFM, is it Public Finance Management Act? You are a joker. The very people who you suspended it, we shouldn't give people a chance at all. We put it in the Constitution. Before you do that, you need maybe a referendum so that people will know certain laws. Bank of Ghana, in the Bank of Ghana space, you're not supposed to do 5% of the previous revenue. And somebody did as much as 40%. You suspended it. So for me, it is not about law. Let us, whether, I don't know the lawyers you are here, is it enshrine or whatever word you want to, put it in the Constitution. Until we get into the Constitution, amending it to suit importing, they said, the one I heard, what hurt me was that I will appoint independent counsel. Mr. Chairman, there is no independent body in this country. It is all said by political people. I'm going to give you one explanation why I'm angry about this. In UK, if you want to be a governor of Governor Bailey or Makani, you go through recruitment process. It's not because your father was a governor and you were a governor, or because you work in the Bank of Ghana, you become a governor. You see, and that is what is killing us. So I'll be talking about, if you give me a chance, I'll be talking about that Bank of Ghana mandate. I'll talk about it. Governor. Because we tend to think that you can go to a certain place and you'll be manipulated. You are manipulated. Because you're not a man of your own. And all because in the governor's tenureship, he has 4 years as the political party. So I must dance and sing to the tune. But in other jurisdictions like Kenya, South Africa, it is not 4 years. You do 5 years, 6 years, so that your work will keep you. We put them there. Constitution Article 184, subsection D. It says that you cannot change the governor, you cannot force him to resign. But that article in the Constitution has been breached and breached and breached, and nobody talks about it. Somebody comes into, Papa, I don't want to work with this man. I don't want to work with this man. But the Constitution that if you don't want to work with, you first fall foul. Either you are incompetent, number one, incapacitation, number two, and then I think misbehavior. It is when these things are set, then you can kick the governor. How many governors have been kicked since, I think I've counted about 10 or thereabout. And I say, are we serious at all? So, Mr. Chairman, I plead with you, look at the Bank of Ghana corporate governance, the independence governance, and begin to tweak it to make it as robust as we have in other jurisdictions. I'm going to end my conversation, Mr. Chairman. The governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, since ever Buhari left. Do you know where he is at the moment? He has been in prison from day one to today. He has not been bailed. He's under house arrest because of certain things you did. Let us frame our constitution in such a way that people cannot take Ghana for a joke. Mr. Chairman, I'm so hurt. At my age of 70 years, I feel I never became a Ghanaian. You say it and you talk about it, you are branded. And for me, that's why I'm very grateful to you. You are a man with big heart to call me here. They don't want to hear my name. So when you called me, you know I told you, I'm surprised that they've allowed you to call me. Because that is why I'm saying you are a bold man. If you're not a bold man, you can't call me. Professor Kamgagari, if you are not bold, you can't call me. Because I will say it as it is. So let us not talk about Fiscal Responsibility Act. Let us, if you allow me to borrow your word, enshrined in the Constitution that nobody can do more than 50% of our GDP. And don't rebase the currency. They do what we call rebasing. They'll tell you that GDP is 1 trillion. Who told you it's 1 trillion? Papa said the CD was 1.63, isn't it? And if the CD was 1.3, do 1.63 to 16. Do the calculation and see whether your GDP is 1 trillion. Your GDP is less than, not a billion, because it is inflated because you have depreciated currency. So, Mr. Chairman, for me, I'll rest my case because I have a lot of things on my head and a lot of things sitting here that I want to tell people that we are not going to say, you invite me and I'll go quiet. Let them know that I am here and I will continue to hurt them.
Thank you, Dr. Tiahine. So we have. I think Theo put a number of things on our plate. One of the first points he made, referencing the directive principles of state policy chapter in the Constitution, was that our own Constitution singles out agriculture and industry as our national priorities. He calls it the mission mandate, and that our development plans and other action plans stemming out of that are supposed to emphasize or prioritize agriculture and industry, and that notwithstanding that constitutional choice, in practice, we have moved away from that and have become more or less a service-based economy. Now, and then both Abner and Richmond have also made the point about a misalignment between what it is that the NDPC, as the author of our National Development Plan, and the political class who produce their manifestos and government budgets based on those manifestos, what it is that they have been doing. So what can we do in a constitution like that? So you take the ambition. The ambition, as expressed in the directive principles of state policy, is that we should build our strengths in agriculture and industry. That's the national ambition captured in the directive principles of state policy. How do you really use a constitution to translate that into action? The NDPC has come up for discussion in many different forums. Part of the conversation around it is that it's a technocratic body, and yet budgeting and basically governance is by and large a political activity in the hands of the political class. How do you take the plans that are developed by a National Development Planning Commission and get politicians who have been elected to office by popular mandate to substitute that for what it is that they have campaigned on and been elected to do? Is the Constitution a bit too fanciful to think that we can actually do that? Or is there a way in which such an alignment can be engineered constitutionally? Questions have been raised about the ownership of that plan, and I think Ms. Amwa was quite clear on that, that if you look at the composition of the National Development Planning Commission and its embeddedness within our political framework, that it creates difficulties for political acceptance or ownership of its product. So if it's not an inclusive participatory process that gives us the plan, then it makes it all the more difficult to expect the political class to feel it as a document that they own, and for that matter, for the people to feel also ownership of it. How do we do this disconnect that Dr. Tiakne also mentioned? How do we, if we think that the National Development Plan idea is a useful way to go, how do you ensure alignment between something that is considered largely technocratic and the political process that drives our budgeting and our development? Is the way to do that to begin from the composition and the structure of the commission? Maybe that's one way we can look at it. And then, of course, the issues around the debts. How do you use the Constitution? Yes, debt ceilings are not uncommon. Countries have debt ceilings. I suspect in some cases you might find a place in the Constitution to set some principles by which a debt ceiling or the regulation of debt might happen. So I was looking to the Kenyan Constitution, for example, to see what they have said about borrowing and debt. And there's in Article 211 of the Kenyan Constitution some attempt to put some guardrails around borrowing, focusing more on transparency of the borrowing and reporting. So they require a certain amount of reporting. Before you borrow more, you tell us what the loan or the borrowing is going to be used for, what the previous ones were used for, what all of those. So that's one way to go. But if you said X percentage of, 50% is still pretty high, right, of the GDP, right? If you said a certain percentage of GDP you may not contract debt that is in excess of X percentage of the GDP. Now, you know that we also have had situations where Theo has talked about economic statistics and data, how political class basically have managed to manipulate data on things like GDP because we don't appear to have even a very standard way of, or agreed way of doing this, especially in transitions. We last week or 2 weeks ago had a conversation around transitions and how economic data have become part of the victim of transitions, because the incoming government tells you, this is the picture that I'm leaving you with. No, the outgoing government paints one picture of the economy, the incoming government comes to give you another picture of the economy. Right? So there are a lot of these variables that we are unable to, we seem unable to get a handle on. And sure, we can be prescriptive in a constitution, but we want to also be very effective in what we do. So any concrete proposals, so for example, on the debt side, let's take just the debt. What is it that is doable on the debt side? Everybody agrees that the debt levels are unsustainable. The political incentives to borrow are greater than to tax. Especially in election year, there appears to be no guardrails around it. what are some of the very concrete things that one can do on the debt question? I think that's a very discrete question. We can take that one. If you have concrete proposals, then we can come to this alignment of the budget and the plan, if that is feasible at all. If that's something we want to do, how is it that we can do it so that the Constitution is not just a piece of paper that means nothing? So we can have some views on the budget, on the debt problem that has been flagged, and the fact that it is unsustainable, and that we need some guardrails around borrowing. Currently, what we have in the Constitution merely authorizes borrowing. It doesn't put any restraints or constraints around the borrowing. And there are many ways in which you can constrain the borrowing. What are some of the proposals that you guys have looked at, maybe from other jurisdictions? Which ones do you think might work? Certainly, I think the minimum the Kenyans have laid out, some transparency around the borrowing, some periodic or regular reporting around the borrowing in terms of how much we have and all of that would be useful. But beyond that, is there any more that we could do? Yes, Dr. Asafoje from Asset.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll comment on the debt issue. To start with, I have to apologize. I have a cold, so my voice may not be very clear. On the debt issue, I think there's already plans to review Act 983, right? Act 983 is the Fiscal Responsibility Act. I don't think we should go into the Constitution and put in all these things about debt, because there are already acts which can take in that. Because I believe that the Constitution should not be too prescriptive. No, it should be like what the Kenyans has done. Actual measures could go into acts. And so here there's an opportunity to actually tackle the debt problem. As Theo said, we've had debt sustainability issues right from since HIPIC days. We've gone back and we're even worse than HIPIC. So I think here there's a real chance to do something about that. And I will make comments on one. So the first one is there should be a ceiling, right? At the moment, I think to keep the ceiling as a percentage of GDP very low might not be realistic. You need to give the government some leeway. I mean, borrowing itself is not bad, right? It really depends on what you do with the money. Every country borrows, but really what you do with the money is what matters. So we shouldn't be worried about borrowed, but we should put the restrictions on how the borrowing is made, what can be borrowed for, and so forth. So I'd like to make three recommendations. First of all, we can strengthen the act, and I would say that we should put a ceiling. 50% you said is too high. I think it's too low. Because as an emerging economy, we really need to borrow. So you can't say you can't borrow. So you want to give space. And already there are plans to keep the ceiling at 60% of GDP. I think that we should stick to that. But the most important thing is really monitoring what we do, monitoring the government's ability to borrow. And I think the opportunity here is the Fiscal Council. At the moment, the Fiscal Council is just an advisory body. And its term is along the same time as the president, right? We should make the Fiscal Council truly autonomous. Look at countries like Uganda, Kenya, South Africa, who have instituted truly independent fiscal councils. And I think this is the direction we should go. We should have an independent body that is able to hold the government in check in terms of how much it borrows and what it does with the money. And I think the body to do that is the Fiscal Council. So here I would recommend that we make the Fiscal Council truly independent. And truly independent means that the period of office of the council should not be coterminous with the government. No, there should be overlap so that it's not tied to a particular government. That helps to make it truly independent. So I think that will really help. And I think it should be given teeth in terms of sanctions, and in terms of what it can do if the government or even if the finance minister does not go along the terms of the agreement. So I think we can think about the details later, but I think what I want to put on the table is that we want to make the Fiscal Council truly independent and a body that has teeth, and that can actually monitor borrowing. And if we can do that, I think that would be a big achievement. The other thing I would like to say also is that in the review of the fiscal responsibility, we should also look at the budget deficits. So at the moment, the Act says that the government cannot borrow more than 5%. The deficit should not be more than 5% of GDP. It seems that this is just like a recommendation. So, the minister can decide to exceed it. Now, of course, we've exceeded it for the last few years. Of course, the Act was suspended because of COVID, and I don't know whether it has been instituted. So there too, we need to put in checks, which makes it difficult for the government to suspend it. I mean, there has to be truly genuine reasons why it should be suspended. And if it's suspended, it should be for a limited time and not left to the discretion of the minister. So here I would like to propose sanctions if the fiscal deficit is exceeded. At the moment, there are no sanctions. So in countries in Latin America, Argentina, other places, there are real sanctions if the minister exceeds the limit without any good explanation. So I think we should also look at that. The last thing I'd like to say is that we should also have more stringent fiscal rules. So one of the rules, of course, is the debt ceiling. But there should be also rules in terms of what the government can borrow for. I believe that government should not borrow to finance consumption in the budget, right? So borrowing should not be a means where government should close the budget deficit. So we should really be very specific about what it can be borrowed for. If we borrow for infrastructure, we know that we're going to see some benefits in the future years. But if we are borrowing just to close the budget deficit, I think we should say a big no to that. So that should also be part of the fiscal rules. And I think I'll hand over now back to you and maybe come back later with further comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you made three important points, that how the borrowing is made, which is basically a process issue. So you didn't give any specific recommendation on exactly how the borrowing must be made, but we'll get there. Then the use of the debt or the use of the borrowing, and then you've added this additional point that there must be certain uses of the borrowing that may be prohibited. And then the third one is the monitoring and oversight, how we keep control of the borrowing, and that you need an independent body like this committee. Dr. Etia says there is nothing independent in this town. I think this forum is very independent, right? So that we need an independent fiscal council. Maybe you could help us with some proposals as to how to make them independent. The Constitution has a proliferation of independent bodies. We had time 2 weeks ago to consider how to better strengthen their independence. But we know that there are some, even theoretically, the Lands Commission is supposed to be independent. We all know it's not independent, right? So what kind of a body are you talking about in terms of composition, in terms of powers, in terms of, how do we shield that body from the political cycle? You at least recommended that the terms should not be coterminous with the term of the government, so that's one way. But I think you also offered some useful, Uganda, Kenya, South Africa as possible models. I'm surprised to hear that Argentina is one of them, given how often Argentina gets into crisis over these things. And then you talked about the budget deficit, and but you also made an initial point that this is something you think, and I want to know if you think all of this should stay in an act, given the ease with which acts can be amended with a simple majority of the government, and even acts like the Procurement Act that we have, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, the Public Financial Management Act, all these have gone through amendments since they were first enacted. So it's tended. I mean, part of the challenge we're facing is exactly that if you leave it out of the Constitution, then you are giving it back. You are basically, essentially, the fox is still guarding the chicken coop, and they can very easily change these things. But I also agree that not everything should be put in the Constitution. Some of it, you allowed legislation, which is an open, deliberative process involving the people and the political class. So even where you think, for example, very rigid numbers like percentage ceiling or percentage of deficit, if that is not an appropriate thing for the Constitution, at least we could put some principles around what must go into that law or that act, and so that that's still subject to some kind of constitutional regulation. So I think you've offered that some useful things, but we would want, I don't know if Asset has already sent a memorandum to the committee on some of these proposals, or on the 6 thematic areas that Theo outlined, but we would definitely be interested to have your written submission on these.
We haven't as yet sent it, but we will do so. But the other point I wanted to make, just to follow up on what he said, I think, yes, we have the 5% budget deficit, but we also have to be wary of the fact that we're trying to converge, with the whole continent on the African Union integration, right? Which is specifying 3% of GDP as the budget deficit. So at least we need to begin to align. And the reason why I'm saying this is that, just as an aside, we are currently facing a major global shock, right? Trump 2.0, right? And this is an incredibly strong opportunity for African countries to really accelerate integration. So if we are doing anything on the Constitution, we should have that foresight linked to that integration. Because none of us, no country, even the bigger ones, Nigeria and South Africa, can really transform effectively and sustainably if we're not integrating. We are not sitting at a table now in the global financial markets. We are still basically, begging. And we're sitting on several $1 trillion of resources, and we're not doing anything. So I was just saying that at least we should keep an eye on that. Let's think regional and act local on the Constitution.
Okay, so I will invite members of the committee to also take their turn, focusing on, again, the budget and the debt initially, and then we can proceed on.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Abner, and thank you, colleagues here, for the contributions you are making. One thing I think, as a member of the committee, we acknowledge is the enthusiasm and the passion with which people like you all are contributing to the work that's been assigned to us, and we are quite grateful about that. Not being an economist, pardon me if some of the questions I raise are very mundane, but I want to ask something about tax policy. is it possible, and what could be a primary principle to guide taxation so that from administration to administration, certain areas of taxation are constant, and there is also consensus about certain areas, key areas of taxation, and so on? Because for political reasons, and very populist political reasons, different administrations come and get rid of certain taxes, and for a layperson, without any tangible explanation of why the taxes are being taken away. Of course, I mean, humanity, nobody wants to pay taxes, but a government's responsibility is to collect taxes. And in relation to this question, we do know also that all governments that we have had have a high time collecting taxes effectively. What can be done to improve tax collection in our economy? And if I may add, Mr. Chairman, our presenter paid very glowing comments for the statistical services in the country. And it is true, as an academic, I've found their work very, very useful. And yet, from government to government, administration to administration, even such a technical area, government's appointment practices interfere with the sustainability of consistency. Recently, the head was removed. And it's not the first time that the head is being removed when a new government has come in. It's been going on. There's this ping-pong game of I'm removing this when I come in, and the other one comes in. Of course, here we've had a lot of recommendations about what to do to sustain certain positions so that they are beyond the reach of executive abuse. In that particular area, and in some of those areas of economic or financial management we have discussed this morning, what can be done to insulate them from arbitrary executive intrusion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. I think it's just very coincidental that immediately Prof. Kakari mentioned tax policy, Professor Ali Nachia entered the hall. And so I think that at the appropriate time, he will have the opportunity to address the question of tax policy planning in this country. I just wanted to raise a question with Theo Echampong, and he made mention of some areas of reform. And he mentioned 3 areas. One in terms of structural factors, institutional factors, and agents and actors. What I want to find out from him is what would be his specific recommendation to transform our economy, paying attention to the yardsticks that he has provided us. For example, in the area of structural change. And if I'm making reference not to development per se, but to transformation. And my view of transformation is radical change, something that will move us from where we are to a better place. I just want to find out from him and from the other experts in this room, what one step can we take in terms of structure which will cause a radical change, which if you think we put in the Constitution, all other acts can build on to move us from where we are to where we ought to be. At least learning from what our friends in Asia have done. They've been able to move within a generation from one point to the other. What one single thing do you think we can put in our Constitution in terms of structure and institutions to move us in this direction? That's what I am very interested in finding out. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is Theo still there? He's no longer online? No, okay. Okay. And I also, I'm not sure if when he talked about the structural, was he talking only about the structural rigidities in our budget that he had mentioned before, or was he talking about the structure of the economy, generally speaking? Well, I think the structural rigidities relates to the problems around expenditure control and the budget deficit, and that we have pre-committed so much of the revenues we get before they even, before we spend a penny, it's already gone, because 98% of it, I'm surprised to learn, is already pre-committed to payroll, public sector payroll, the debt servicing, and these statutory funds that we have created or carved out of the consolidated fund. So, are there any, I think it's a big part of the story, right? These structural rigidities that leave governments with pretty much no fiscal space, even domestically. So how exactly do we wrestle with that problem? Because the authority for some of these structural rigidities is in the Constitution. So Article 176, right, says there shall be paid into the consolidated fund all revenues or other monies raised or received for the purpose of or on behalf of the government of Ghana, and any other monies raised or received in trust for the government of Ghana. Then the revenues or other monies referred to in clause 1 shall not include revenues or monies that are payable by or under an act of parliament into some other fund established for a specific purpose, which is the statutory funds that we have created, or B, that may, by or under an act of parliament, be retained by the Department of Government that received them for the purpose of defraying the expenses of that department. This has become the famous or infamous IGF that has proliferated all over the place, where government agencies, state enterprises, and other revenue-raising authorities raise money, but they are kept by the institutions and do not go into the consolidated fund, right? So these are the sources of authority for these things. And if we are talking about these as some of the structural rigidities in our budget, is there a way that this provision can be relooked at to tighten the screws and to prevent this kind of leakage or exit of resources from the consolidated fund into these other places where probably the guardrails are weaker? It's easier to probably corner them there and abuse them, or I don't know, but I find it a bit curious that we've allowed A and B to happen so easily, and are there ways we can tighten this source of leakage either on the IGF side or the statutory funds side? So if we are talking about budget deficits and expenditure control, those are two of the issues that Theo put on the table for us as some of the fiscal rigidities that we have to contend with. There are others, obviously. There are practices, payroll practices that governments engage in. These days we learn that there are all kinds of organizations where they've cut private or political deals with various services where they retire on salary and all of that, kind of practice, which really creates a huge burden on government. So these are some of the things, and the question for us is there a way in which we can deal with some of these problems through the Constitution, either by prescription or by at least setting out some principles for legislation to regulate this kind of practice? So maybe let's exhaust that one on the budget side, and then we can go back to the debt question before we take a break for coffee. Dr. Nimoy Thompson, please.
Thank you, Prof. Since I will be presenting later on NDPC, I will restrict my contributions to the economic aspects But before that, I would like to highlight the fact that we are a commission and not an agency. So we're a National Development Planning Commission. In the public sector, there are serious implications for the name that you carry. An agency is typically under a ministry, MDA. This is an autonomous commission that needs and requires all the respect that would come with its mandate. So I just thought I should point that out. And I'm very sensitive about names because it took me about 10 years to get people to know that my name is not Ninoy Thompson, it's actually Nimoy Thompson. So I'm very sensitive about these things. Now, to the economics of it, I think there's a fundamental problem about the nature of economics that we practice, not just in Ghana, but indeed Africa as a whole, which is at the heart of our inability to break through the development challenge, which is neoclassical economics. And neoclassical economics were developed or was developed specifically to manage developed economies, mature economies. They were never developed to help grow or transform post-colonial economies like Ghana's. And this is something we've failed to realize, and so we keep applying it over and over again. It keeps failing, and we keep going back. And I'll give you an example as to the difference. Neoclassical economics, as it relates to the mature economies, for instance, they worry sometimes that the economy is growing too fast or that unemployment rate is too low. And so they actually implement policies to slow down economic growth and increase the unemployment rate. This is the exact opposite problem that a post-colonial economy like Ghana's faces. Our problem is low economic growth and high unemployment, and therefore we need a different set of policies, bringing in what we call institutional economics, even new growth or indigenous growth economics, to complement, at least supplement, the classical economics that were not meant for us, but somehow we keep using. So in one way of trying to understand why we keep going back to the IMF, and there will be an 18th and 19th and 20th, as long as we continue to stick with this type of economics that was not meant for a developing country like Ghana, which then takes me to the point you made earlier. But before I even do that, let me exhaust the issue of neoclassical economics. The issue of 50% GDP has come up. This is not the first time. It came up during the National Economic Dialogue. The recommendation there was 60%. And as I said then, what was so magical about 60%? What about 61 or 59? Again, this is something that we've appropriated without fully understanding its historical antecedents or historical basis. The 60% debt GDP ratio and 3% deficit ratio were, for lack of a better term, imposed by the Germans in 1992 at the time of the operationalization of the EU. And it became a huge source of controversy, actually. The Germans imposed it on the EU. The rest of the EU also fought back, but of course the Germans had the power then. And so they imposed it and it stayed. But there's nothing magical about it that if you attain that, you will somehow have met your fiscal objectives. And as I pointed out at the net, let's take the issue of Japan, for example, where the debt GDP ratio is 255%, the highest in the world. We are doing about 70 thereabout. I think it's come down somewhat. Does that mean that Ghana's economy is better managed than that of Japan's? No, of course, because there are more factors when we talk about public sector debt than just the debt GDP ratio. It just so happens that in the case of Japan, debt servicing accounts for just around 9%. of their tax revenue, compared to Ghana, where interest payment alone is around 30%. If you add the payment of principal, it probably take around 35 or thereabout. And so the point is that there is more to the pursuit of fiscal rectitude than just these simplistic ratios. We may attain them, but it may not necessarily lead to fiscal nirvana. And so we need to bear that in mind. In the specific case of Ghana, besides, and I'm glad that some of the speakers have raised the issue of the purposes to which we put the debt, and more importantly, the oversight or lack of it thereof, of Parliament in particular, of the debts that we take on. If you go through the budget, you would have realized there was a point where we kept borrowing with the excuse that we're going to use that for quote-unquote liability management and infrastructure. And the budget went to Parliament, and it seemed that no one really verified to see if in fact the money being borrowed was being used for liability or debt management or infrastructure. I took the liberty of actually checking for 1 year, and I realized that the allocation for infrastructure was actually about 24% lower than we had proposed. So oversight is critical. The purposes to which the debt itself is put to use is critical. And then in the case of Ghana, the quality of the debt. If you go through some of our debt agreements with donors and commercial interests or commercial lenders, you see that there's always a problem with the debt. I can use the example of donors, for example. One thing we don't know is that some of these donors also have their own interest, national interest, for giving us certain loans. But because we are so naive, they come to us and they'll dangle a grant in front of us that will give you $100 million, but there's a grant component of $10 million. The grant part is nominally free, and we get so excited and we sign for it. The problem is that it may not align with our development priorities. And sometimes even when we get the money, we don't use it. And we do, for instance, build a road. The assumption is that if you expand the road, you free up traffic, the cost of doing business will go down, and therefore you should be able to generate the revenue to pay back the debt. Do we always do that? Of course not. You build a 3-lane road, in just a matter of years, 2 lanes become taken over by trotro drivers or someone selling live pigs or goats or something like that. So that alone has diminished that. But we also have noticed in examining the quality of the debt that sometimes, and I'll give you an example, a more concrete example. In 2015, during our IMF negotiations and all that, there was rumor at the time that the IMF was going to place a cap on our borrowing. And there were certain donors here in Ghana who were actually, they went public, criticizing the government for having high debt and so forth and so on. Meanwhile, in the background, they were trying to get us to actually borrow more from them before the IMF ceiling kicked in. And right around this same time, we actually went on a government delegation to one of these European countries. And some of us had to hide in our rooms in the hotel because they came in knocking on our door, trying to convince the finance minister to take in more debt. And you could see the desperation in their eyes. And that's when we learned that at the beginning of every year, they were each given targets to go out there and dump debt on African countries. So you're giving, let's say, 2 billion. Just look for 10 African countries and make it 200 million each, throw in the grant element, and you're done. So the quality of the debt itself is a problem. There's another example of, I think, $100 or $200 million, and in the end, one of the outcomes is giving people $1,000 to go and start businesses and all that. This is something we can easily do with local revenue mobilization. So I want us to bear in mind, one, the limitations of the economics that we practice, and two, the shady aspects of the debts that we incur, both from the borrowing end and, of course, the application end. And then lastly, Theo did make mention of the structural rigidities, and I think, Chairman, when you spoke, you alternated between structural and fiscal rigidities, which, of course, are different. What the government often talks about is the fiscal rigidities, where we have earmarked so many we've earmarked so much money for different funds, and people keep asking for more funds. The last one was sanitation levy that the minister was asking for. And so that then crowds out the money that we need. So that's one aspect of the rigidity. And this has been going on for years. When I was an economic advisor to the president, and I used to sit in cabinet, this was 12, 13 years ago, this issue came up time and time again. But sometimes we forget the political economy of governance, because there are certain vested interests that want certain things done. So you go, you talk, they set up committee. I sat on a couple of committees, we made recommendations, they never really amounted to anywhere. So there then, we talk about institutional inertia, or institutional, I don't want to say rigidities, because you may use the, you may overuse the word, but institutional inertia, where the political will to actually act on these things is simply not there. There's a case of a famous sanitation company, for instance, whose contract expired, and they continue to work anyway because someone said legally you have to pay them, and it ran through the ceiling, and they went on. And then we move to structural rigidities, which in his case may apply to the economy, and the choice of language in the Constitution, which was limiting, because they limited it to agriculture and economy, not anticipating that services would become the dominant sector in the economy. At the time, yes, services was relatively small. Agriculture was the dominant sector, and industry was there. So perhaps for constitutional amendment purposes, we may want to highlight the three main sectors of the economy in agriculture, industry, and services, or simply talk about the economy, and then as time goes by, we determine which aspect of it we are talking about. So let me, and then lastly, talking about debt, I just checked the numbers. So debt GDP ratio, we now have 61.8% as of the end of last year. So we are close to the standard 60%. Does that mean that we should go out and celebrate? No. It came down from 68.7 the previous year, 2023. But as I said, our debt service ratio is quite high. It's about 30%. And that's because we've suspended payments. And then compensation is around 45%. So we are looking at 75, 3/4 of our revenue just going to debt service and compensation. So let's be cautious about these numbers, these imported numbers. They may not always reflect our own economic reality and history. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think you endorse the focus on the purposes for which the debt is put, also the oversight and monitoring, and then you add the quality of the debt as one of the other issues we should look at. And I will return to that with a question based on Article 181A as currently written, which regulates the process of contracting debt. And maybe if we could find a way to deal with the quality issue from the process side in terms of what process we go through to incur debt. But there is a question that Ms. Osei wants to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. Dr. Onimoy Thompson has brought up some issues which kind of also reflects the sentiments of the earlier speakers. But it was pretty complicated for me. It's all the technical terms, rigidity and all that. For me, I'm just trying to understand one thing. It seems to me that a lot of our issues are, and this goes back to his experiences that he's just shared about his time in cabinet meetings as a presidential advisor. It seems to me that our problem, the main challenge is the politics is always leading the economics, rather than the economics leading the politics. And so I'm just wondering, is there a way we can actually fix that in the kind of political system that we have? Because I think if we don't find a solution to that issue, then we would keep repeating the cycle, like you keep saying. Because when politicians are in opposition, it's very clear when they're making their commentary, their manifesto the economics leads the politics. As soon as they get into office, something changes and the politics begins to lead. So how do we put ourselves in a position where the economics always leads the politics and not the other way around? Thank you.
Okay, so we have we have that question about the politics economics linkage. Theo is back online. We also have Professor Abdallah Ali Nakaya is Nachia is here. He's our taxman in the room. So, but it's 12, almost 12:10. We will pause for a short coffee break. Our coffee is Nescafe. So it's coffee, tea, whatever, cocoa, Milo. It's Milo we have. So we'll pause for a short break. Let's make it actually very short so that we can have more time on this subject before lunch at 2, and then we'll return after lunch for the rest of the day. But let's take maybe no more than a 10-minute coffee break, and then let's get back at 12:20 to continue this. We'll have Professor Ali Nachia make a short presentation. I think he needs to exit at some point, and then Theo and Dr. Nimoy Thompson will respond to Ms. Osei's question about the political economy, driving some of the perverse behavior that we have heard you guys talk about this morning. Thank you. So I think before Ms. Abna Moa takes leave of us, we will invite her to supplement the comments that she's already made with some additional remarks, and then we will have Professor Lee Nachea to also make some points, but we still have the question on the floor posed by Ms. Osei. I don't know if it's to Dr. Nimue Thompson specifically, or to the whole meeting, or to Theo, but that's also a question that we would like you to address before we open up the conversation again. So you can make some brief remarks. We would have a response to the question on the table, and then we can open up the conversation again. Thank you. So, Abna, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thanks again to all the committee members for the great work you're doing so far. For us on the capital markets, our focus really is how do we get the Ghanaian to save? How do we get the Ghanaian educated about financial literacy and empowered to participate meaningfully in growing the economy and in creating wealth for themselves? And how do we channel the savings into investments? Investments in private companies, investments in SMEs, investments in infrastructure, and investments in nationally agreed priority growth sectors for the economy. How do we protect these investments and make sure that the investors have received a good return, so when they are 60, when they are 70, they can retire in dignity with wealth in their hands? So that is our role. Our mission is to drive national economic development by facilitating investments and giving access to capital by the private sector, by the states, and other entities that have economic use of those investments that they look for. In terms of the Constitution, there are a few things that we believe needs to be looked at, and we'll be sending also a paper on that. The first one is we know that we have educational rights under the Constitution. So the educational rights of 1992 versus today is very different. And we think that enshrining the type of educational rights that Ghanaians should have is important for the economic transformation that we need. And that is why financial literacy, we believe, should be part of basic education up to a minimum, whether it's the SS level, the vocational level, has to be one that is enshrined so that Ghanaians can participate, knowing very, very well and having strong capacity for what does it mean to have a bank account. What does it mean to have a Momo account? How do you choose one service over the other? What are your rights? And things such as the technology fraud, the Momo fraud, etc., that we are seeing can be mitigated without a population that understands how to use the tools that enable financial inclusion. We will not have the right capacity individuals, whether they are going to work for other people or run their own businesses. So one of the key areas that we want to see is financial literacy education as a fundamental right of everyone born in Ghana, and they must have it for a minimum number of years. We think if we have this sorted well, just like the EU have come up recently with a savings and investments strategy for the entire EU states, where it looks at how to get retail investors take their savings, not just hold bank accounts, but take their savings and co-invest along with institutional investors into target areas that have been agreed, SME funding, infrastructure funding. The EU has even identified the defense industry as one of the key areas they want Abnamua, Akosia Menu, the ordinary person on the streets, as one of the areas they want people to invest in, alongside sophisticated institutional investors, climate transition. And so a national strategy around savings and investments is critical, because we've realized government, we are talking about what government uses the money for, how much we are borrowing. What is all of that supposed to do? It's supposed to go to economic development. Models everywhere have shown that the private sector actually should lead investments in these economic development. In Ghana, it's not the same. In Ghana, it's the state leading, borrowing on our behalf. We say, what's even the use of the funds? And so that's why about 12, 13 years ago, and I see my boss here, some of us fought for the pensions industry to be liberalized, and which now has created the NPRA and the Tier 2 and Tier 3 pensions, which are privately managed and privately run. Today, that industry is worth about 100 billion Ghana cedis. How do we actively grow membership of that industry? There are about 2 million or less unique contributors to schemes of pensions today. We have a working population in excess of 20 million people. How do we get everyone, every Ghanaian, into a pension scheme, ensure they have a living wage, are educated, and are contributing towards these pension schemes that are channeled into investments in the economic sectors of our development, making sure that they are protected and there's incentives for these investments as well. So private sector for us is at the head of this. The second point I want to talk about, Mr. Chair, we've talked about, I don't think we've even talked about governance yet, and I saw Theo's thematic areas. There was one about accountability. I want to add a seventh one, and it should be governance. And governance means how we go about appointing leaders of institutions. What are the mechanisms through which they report back to us? What happens to them when they don't do their work? All the principles of good corporate governance practices. That is one of the key areas that we believe capital markets can bring best practices to all of Ghana. We hear some of the things Singapore and other countries that have leapfrogged economic development have done, and mainly it has been around governance, where the leader sets a certain tone and there are consequences for non-performance. So SOEs, their governance is important to us. We believe that all commercial state-owned enterprises, Gihog distilleries, TDC, Ghana Gas, etc., have to be on public capital markets, i.e. the Ghana Stock Exchange. They must be listed there. They should be run as purely commercial entities. If they need additional capital to escalate, to grow their ambitions, they should take that money from public markets, and their governance must meet the minimum governance requirements of public markets. Their financials must be disclosed and published in the newspapers like the private companies that take this on. And through that, they will deliver the services we need. We will get rid of the CEO, not the president appointing and removing as they want, but the performance mandate of the leadership, the board, etc., has to be dealt with on public capital markets. The final point, Mr. Chair, has to do with our local governments. And for years, I joined the industry almost 28 years ago, straight out of university, came to capital markets. The first workshop I attended was on municipal finance. 28 years ago, until date, we don't have a Municipal Finance Act. And the governance of our local authorities remain a challenge. And so as we are looking at these, I think one of the key areas we want to see is what we are going to do about the municipal governance and financing. There are many things, being a partner and having a say in how our municipals are run, are financed, we pay for our services, we demand periodic town hall meetings, would ensure that the decentralization objective and running communities that serve the purpose of its members are achieved. So these are our key areas of contribution, and I'm happy to take any thoughts, any questions from the committee and members here, and we will contribute a paper formally on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We look forward to the memo that you will be contributing, and I think when we discuss the SOE sector, some of the things that we were looking at were, first of all, the SOE sector is not currently in the Constitution, but the idea is that if we brought them under constitutional regulation, some of the issues around corporate governance, and I think I like the idea of, at the minimum, using some of the listing requirements of the stock exchange, maybe to set a minimum benchmark for how our SOEs are regulated in terms of appointments, accountability, and the like. I think that would sounds like an interesting idea. We will reserve the questions until after we've had the next presentation, and then we've answered question.
Thank you very much. I don't want to preempt it, but I think Ms. Osei's question for me is the bedrock of all the discussions we are having. The political interference, to me, is our problem. Because if you look at the Constitution, we seem to have thought we had insulated the monetary process by securing the Bank of Ghana's governor's tenure. But along the line, what did we see? Interferences and removals with changes in government. In other countries, he has 5-7 years. Governments will come and go. We need to keep the monetary policy framework intact. One key issue I've always been asking is that my boss is here, Dr. Nimoy, a lot of economists are here. We have two key policies in running an economy, monetary and fiscal, true or false? If we can get the monetary policy right, where we have the governor leading monetary policy, who leads fiscal policy? Should it be the finance minister or the commissioner general of the Ghana Revenue Authority? Is it not time we insulate the commissioner general not to be a political appointee, but should have the same security and independence of the governor to let us have a strong fiscal policy? Because if he wants to come out with a policy, he is scared of the appointees. A key example, property taxation. Who are the people who own the properties? Any attempt he will make at enhancing property taxation, he is called to order. Try it and we will change you. And the story ends there. This is why I thought Ms. Osei's point is why we are here. How do we insulate these appointments, institutions that are the bedrock? Article 41J of the Constitution, duties of the citizen. It says every citizen has to disclose honestly your income and pay the taxes. Is there in the Constitution? Why should we be chasing people to pay their taxes when the Constitution, which is the group norm, is telling you this is what you should do as a duty? And then you come and read reports, SHRAJ and Ghana Integrity Initiative, Auditor General. We lose close to $3 billion every year from corruption. How much did we go to IMF for? 3 billion for 3 years. So every year 1 billion. And we are losing 3 billion a year. Corruption. So if we stem that, do we need to borrow? That's only corruption. Now we come to natural resources. ASEP will always tell us we lose on average $2 billion from illicit flow of only gold. If we add to 3 billion, that is 5 billion. We've not come to the ports where we have the under-invoicing and the containers, whether they are flying or disappearing, and the amounts involved. So you put these together, and we go answering the question, is going to IMF the panacea? And like Dr. Nimoy Thompson said, we will go several. We will go. We are waiting for the rest. Because if we don't put our house in order. So the first one, decentralization of the taxing powers. How can we get the assemblies, municipal, metropolitan, district assemblies, to hold on to the property taxation? The properties are in their jurisdiction. Some of you have traveled there. I'm sure you see what is going on in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. That's the competition. Because I go to East Legon, I see street lights, covered drains. So I ran back to Newtown. I said, why don't we have street lights? He says the property rate they are paying. So we go to the assembly, we vote. We are increasing our property rate to also be like East Legon. So it doesn't go to the consolidated fund for government to misuse and abuse. It's for the community that has paid it. That is what we should ensure. Then you find out that you don't find garbage in certain streets. Why? Their property rate, they are clearing garbage. And everybody will now sit up. For the Constitution, we think we should look at ensuring we put in taxpayer rights. The taxpayer should be protected. There should be fair treatment. He should see transparency in the assessments served on him. Nobody should be assessing somebody because they don't like your nose. That is what we want to see. And when we talk about transparency of assessment, I am being assessed. I sit here, lecturer, University of Ghana, with my small court going. My file is at the high net worth individual unit. HND, so I'm a high net worth individual. Then I see somebody celebrate 40 years, spending over 2 billion and taking over Independence Square for a week. Where is his file? How much is he paying? Where is the transparency in the assessment procedure? So I had the guts to call them and say, look, how much have you? Go and assess in this. So we've raised assessment 20 million. I said the Bugatti is over $3 million. What is the import duty? I was in Gambia at a tax conference and they showed me a video. 50 Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons climbing Eburi Hills to go and wish our former president happy birthday, President Kufuor. I called the GRA. I said, you should go to DVLA. Every G-Wagon has an owner. Go to DVLA. Where is their tax file? How much is a G-Wagon? I'm sure not less than $180 million. What duty did they pay? And the value of the vehicle is income because you earn to buy. Where is their income tax? This is the transparency in assessment we are talking about. The money is here. That I would always say it. We don't need any new taxes. We only need to make sure the law causes people to comply with the law. And I've always been taking the GRA management through training. And last year, that is what they did. Just tax compliance. They exceeded their target. No new taxes. And on Wednesday, I'm going through with them on how to ensure VAT takes back its position as a great income earner for us. We've lost that position. VAT is on goods and services. But you go to buy something and they ask you, do you want VAT invoice or not? Is it an option? This is the problem. Then we come to public financial management. I think that it should not go through only the budget, the audit. We are seeing Auditor General's reports. Where do they end? In the recovery. The surcharges. We've had cases that went to court. We just need to enforce. There are some, I told them, Auditor General, you lose this case. Why? You did not give the person a hearing. You will lose on natural justice principle, not that you are not right. So they need to up their game. And I told them, recruit lawyers into audit service. When you go for audit, he will guide you on what evidence you should gather. And so when you are doing the surcharge and recovery, you have evidence. And I'm sure Dr. Newman Thompson mentioned a company like that, so we'll leave it at that. Our tax system needs to be progressive. What we have is a regressive tax system. Too many taxes cascading, struggling for space, and that affects businesses. The business sector looks at the cost of doing business. And so I believe that if we go about a lot of indirect taxes which are regressive, they add to the cost of doing business. Because he is going to pay for electricity and there are multiple taxes on the electricity. His cost of doing business is suffering. If you lower the cost for him, all things being equal, we hope it will translate into income. Wait for him at the income tax side. Because taxation is such that you can run, you can't hide. If you understate your imports, remember the value is what you use for purchases. If your purchases are low, your turnover will be high. Corporate tax will be waiting for you. So you can't run away from taxation. You will always be caught somewhere. Then we are also looking at the issue of the Auditor General. Strengthening the Auditor General here, we are looking more of the recovery of what they have seen in their audit. And that comes to the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament. They always tell us they only would talk, they don't have powers to prosecute. How do we ensure we clean up this? If they don't have powers to prosecute, who do we give the audit reports to recover the amounts that have been stated in there? They are always very, very significant. Then Doctor mentioned the debt GDP ratio. I know a lot of people use the 60% as a very, but the question is, if it's less, the better. Why should we be looking at, I always say, international best practices? I think we should follow one of my mentors' comments, do fear some. If we can bring it lower than the 60, what is stopping us? Can we stop agencies, ministries, departments incurring? We've just had a living example of ECG and the debts they are putting. All these are piling up to our debt system. So we need to break it down to the micro levels. The institutions should see to look at that before. And then I'm looking at, interestingly, I sit here and I was the only non-Nigerian on their committee that drafts their national tax policy. We don't have a tax policy, national tax policy in Ghana. Anytime I raise it, they say, oh, it is embedded in our strategic framework that the Ministry of Finance drafted. It's part of it. I said, no. The national tax policy is a document their constitution says must exist to guide policy in taxation. Guide when not any government comes, we read the budget, we introduce taxes. I thought media review is to review what the budget has performed so far to the mid-year. But media review and we introduce tax policies. I said no, a review does not mean we should impose. It should rather tell you this is what we propose to do, this is what we've achieved, so we can't get the target we want. Next budget, we may consider. That's better. But you don't review right there in the middle when businesses have drawn their business plan, feasibility studies for the year, mid-range, you change policies. You distort the market. I'm sure Abuna will be in problems because they will come complaining. And that is what is making businesses move out. I'm sure some of us here know that a very good business bringing in foreign exchange like Blue Skies is no longer in Ghana. They are in Benin and in Cote d'Ivoire because they ended up importing pawpaw, mangoes from Brazil to come and process here to export. So they've relocated because even the outgrowers who are supplying them with the fruit, so-called Ochiman tax force goes to grade off all the plantation and are doing sand winning. Before the former president left office, he was there. He visited. They took him there and showed him, look at what we are suffering. How can we stay here? We are out there. And so I keep asking, how do we link our policies and programs, planting for food and job, planting for export, that we are importing fruits to be processed for export? There is something wrong somewhere that we need to deal with. So I would put together whatever I've gathered and share with the committee. The space is too short to, otherwise it will be in the book of Lamentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You know, I like the fact that you brought us back into on the revenue side. I mean, we've been looking mostly at the expenditure control. I think actually Theo also highlighted the expenditure control side as in his view the key area of concern, but you've also you brought in the revenue mobilization side, taxation, the need for a taxation policy to guide how we do tax in this country, natural resource, the governance in the area of, you know, and I think that's an extremely important part of the conversation. So it's an interesting point you make about the GRA. Of course, GRA is not necessarily in the Constitution in terms of as a body as such. I've seen some proposals to, for example, bring in the Comptroller and Accountant General as a constitutional office. I'm not sure what the connection is between that and your GRA proposal. But if you are looking to do something like a lifestyle audit, I think the power to do that probably must come from a document, a legal document, whether it's legislation or constitution or wherever you find it. But I think, you know, if you think that, you know, we should be able to have that, the taxing authorities should be able to go in that direction. I think, in principle, I think you can find parts of the Constitution that allow that. You know, for example, the provision on asset declaration says that if subsequent to your declaration you are unable to account for any increase in your net worth that's attributable to income or inheritance or gift or whatever, that increase in your net worth shall be presumed, shall be deemed to have been acquired unlawfully, right? So there's implicit in there some attempt at capturing unexplained wealth. But I think if you want to do it, you know, empower the authorities, probably you have to do it a bit more expressly in that direction. But I think the principle is more or less accepted by the Constitution. Now, so going back to Ms. Charlotte Asay's point about, you know, the chicken and egg and chicken question around politics and the economics and how we campaign, you know, as the Americans say, the Americans say you campaign in poetry and govern in prose. And it appears that we campaign in economics and govern in politics, right? And how do we redress this sequence that obviously actually ends up distorting a number of the things that we probably may have in the legal text. The way we govern once we have power is not the way we go get the power. I mean, we tell the people about all kinds of things. And then, how do you do it in a democracy? I mean, what are some of the constraints with the fact that you have a democracy where it's based on, popular support, popular votes, and the parties feel that if they campaign on things that are good collectively for the economy but will not win you votes, we are also in a situation, a political environment now where there's almost like a race to the bottom. Each of the parties is campaigning to outdo the other one in a number of promises that they can use to win the elections. And then once elected, you realize that, the fiscal space doesn't allow it. And then what do? Then you have to go and borrow. So part of what's also is driving the borrowing is the way that democracy, our competitive democracy, is pushing the politics and pushing government parties to make promises around these issues. How do we deal with that as a problem? I mean, I think that's the essence of Mr. Osei's question, is exactly how do you put guardrails around that so that the politics is not leading us into a place where that is unsustainable, which is really what is happening. Nobody wants to raise taxes. We don't campaign to raise taxes, you campaign to abolish taxes, even if some of the taxes are useful. So you come into government, you're already broke, but you are forced to abolish taxes because you promised to abolish taxes, And how do you deal with such a thing? I mean, maybe the tax policy you are talking about might give us some guidelines on how you go about facing our taxes, some principles around it. So I think we would look forward to your document because it's going to, I think, help us answer some of these critical.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I wanted to add something. We may have to look at the Constitution when it comes to the natural resources. When we sign them, they seem to be full of what we call freezing clauses. For example, in the petroleum sector, Article 12.1, no tax, duty, or other impost shall be imposed by the state or a political subdivision of the state on a contractor, a subcontractor, or an affiliate of the contractor, unless as provided in this agreement. You have frozen all your revenue sources. Come 2013, we managed to amend that clause to say, subject to taxes that may be imposed from time to time, the following are the taxes that shall be applicable to you. That is economic clause. It's not freezing, so you can change it. In the same agreements, we give stability clauses, 25 years, 30 years. So we are enabled to take anything from them until the sun sets on the clause. In Tanzania, when I went as a consultant for Natural Resource Governance Institute, I realized their constitution gave the president the power, just as we have made all natural resources held in trust for us by the president. He had the power to call for review of agreements. So I used that clause to get former President Magufuli, may he so rest in peace, to get them all to bring the agreements. You can Google and see, Magufuli will chase us investment. Magufuli is destroying the economy. Within 1 year, from the mineral revenues, he bought 3 Boeing 737 aircraft and has revamped Tanzania Airways. So we need that clause that will let us cut through these agreements. And we should be mindful those who negotiate the agreements. Because there should no freezing clause from economic clause different from a hybrid. But once they go and do it, we are stuck with it. I have the unfortunate case of throwing out GRA from the Supreme Court on these cases for a petroleum company. But I'm pointing out that it's your law. Don't use interpretation to amend the law. I didn't like it, but the investor is also not a Father Christmas. He has to account, pay tax, and then remit to shareholders. But we had to do it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very important angle, because I think we've been looking more at the deficit side and expenditure control. So if your paper can help us on the revenue side, especially on the revenue side, what it is that can be done to strengthen the capacity of revenue mobilization efforts or authorities, whether it's on the taxation side, it's on SOEs, it's on natural resources, how to address the revenue side of the picture, which I think so far, until your remarks, have not been well accounted for. I mean, if you could include, I mean, there's a provision also, is maybe in about this tax waivers, right? So this practice of tax waivers, in the first clause under the finance section on taxation, 174, 174.2, where an act enacted in accordance with clause 1 confers power on any person or authority to waive or vary a tax imposed by that act, the exercise of the power of waiver or variation in favor of any person shall be subject to the prior approval of Parliament by resolution. Now, I don't know that, that many places where a power that looks to be more administrative is granted to Parliament to do on a case-by-case basis. But there may be a very Ghanaian reason why we're doing that.
Yeah.
On
Chairman,
the other hand,
they wanted to correct that with the Exemptions Act, because now you can't get any waiver variation unless you go through the Exemptions Act, where the request will go to Cabinet before coming to Parliament. So they've strengthened it, but putting it by an amendment to the Constitution will be stronger. So I agree with you.
I mean, I think what I'm asking is, has given this prior approval of Parliament cured whatever mischief we were trying to cure? In other words, do you think there is a problem in Parliament being the one that does these waivers on a case-by-case basis? I think I see a similar clause somewhere in the Kenyan Constitution, except that there's transparency. You have to publish the list of all of the waivers, the grounds for the waivers, and all of those things. So they do have a similar provision, I noticed. But there is that additional safeguard, for transparency and reporting. But then there is also clause 3, 71.3, which is a bit surprising to me. It says, Parliament may, not shall, may by resolution, supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of all members of Parliament, exempt the exercise of any power from the provisions of clause 2. So clause 2 says Parliament must approve these waivers before they go into effect. And then clause 3 says, but the Parliament itself, if you can get 2/3, can decide that, to give away that power. Can you help us with the logic behind that?
Thank you, Chairman. The logic in 1743 is that instead of always coming to Parliament for approval, depending on the section of any law they are passing, for example, Free Zones Act, they could give the board of free zones the power to grant certain waivers so the investors it will be faster than coming all the way to Parliament. And that is where the abuse is. Because in the GIPC Act, we had that clause which was allowing the board to grant the waivers. And that is what led the board chairman at that time giving waivers to hotels and industries. If you are 7-star, 5-star, all your imports were exempt from customs duty. And the loss we suffered as a country is that some hotels brought in items duty-free, did not expand their hotel. They started building condos and selling. They went into real estate. And I remember I chased for this amendment so we could disable that power. So 1743 is very dangerous to me. But I thought they could have cured it with the Exemptions Act. But like I'm saying, it's still an act. if we could get whatever the Act sought to cure to be in the Constitution, then we can save the country a
So
lot.
we will add that to your delegated.
I will look at that.
Thank you.
you, Chairman.
I want your view on Article 176, 2B, where a department can retain the revenue it has collected for its own purposes, all. Whereas there are some, let's say, even I understand GRA, customs. Yes, you are collecting this and you keep it for. So it means that you're depleting the consolidated fund of much needed revenue. Whereas something like the courts, they collect huge fines and things. And you are not allowed to retain the fines, and all that you can retain is the fees you collect from selling forms and then statutory declaration. And even that is paid into the consolidated funds first before you apply for it. And it is only 10% or 12 or 15% that you can retain. What is the equity in this?
Thank you very much. I came in and Chairman was mentioning the same situation, and I support his view. We can solve this if all monies go into the consolidated fund. If you're entitled to any IGF, you need to apply for it. And it has to go through vetting to be sure you've met what would allow you to retain. So it should all to the consolidated fund and flow. I am not IGFs. Reason, I happen to be one of the consultants in a team that did work for the EU, looking at these retentions, looking at SOEs, some assemblies, and you realize that they were hesitant to give us their records and accounts, because some of them, and I can mention them, like Standards Authority, they can be fully funded and should not be on any budgetary allocation. Ghana Airports Company, all the fees they've been collecting, they should even be off budget lines if they want to keep those monies. Every money should go back there. And if you're entitled to a percentage, we will vet and get it back to you if you so desire it. I think that is one way to streamline. And it will also stop what we call the Christmas shopping that they've been doing. Knowing very well it's close to budget and they have any unspent monies, it will reduce allocation to them. They go changing curtains in the office, furniture, buying vehicles. We call them Christmas shopping. They need to spend it to create room to keep getting their budget approved. I think everybody should pay into the consolidated fund.
The alternative view is that knowing how our administration of funds and the release of funds from the government account works, and the long bureaucratic delays that accompany that process, rather than basically take a binary position that you have IGFs or you don't have IGFs. What if we acknowledge that there is IGF abuse, which I think everybody now probably cannot contest? What if we agree that there is IGF abuse, and rather than then re-centralize everything, figure out a better way, a more effective way to put guardrails around the use of IGF? Because I think it's a huge source of concern that most organizations have been allowed to just keep, the government doesn't have revenues and yet has allowed all manner of organizations that collect and generate revenues and fees and all of these things to keep monies and use it. It's supposed to be for defraying the expenses. But I think that is not an enough or adequate enough control. Are there ways, is there a middle of the road option beyond, re-centralizing, that allows us to keep a check on this practice, because I think it's a huge leakage from the revenue stream that should be going to government, but maybe abolishing it entirely may not be the most efficient or effective way of addressing the problem. So are there ways we could do it beyond this binary allow or don't allow, so that at least we have some options that we can look at?
It can be done, because that is one of the key functions of the non-tax revenue division of the Ministry of Finance. So if we can let them add that function of monitoring and approving release of such internally generated funds, then the amounts could be put into their coffers and not into the consolidated fund. Because they look at all the SOEs and other institutions, Graphic, Ghana Airports Company, the Standards Authority. So I think that could be done. But we should have a discussion with non-tax revenue division of the Ministry of Finance.
So SOEs also retain, I don't understand how that works for SOEs.
The SOEs, we have two types, if not three. Those that are wholly owned by government, and those in which government is a shareholder, and those that are wholly incorporated as companies, and those that are not. So you realize that those that are wholly incorporated as companies under the Companies Act will always fight any interference of government, because we should be treated like a company limited by guarantee. So that's why people were calling for a second tier law under the Companies Act to deal with SIGA and those SOEs, so at least we can have some control. Otherwise, that battle will continue.
But it's a bit strange that a government is the sole shareholder, and merely by the form, it's just form of a substance, right? We have chosen as the sole shareholder to incorporate you under the Companies Act, as opposed to enacting a statute that says this is how you are set up. And by virtue of that choice that the shareholder, the sovereign shareholder has made, you, the entity, you are sitting there and saying that because I'm incorporated under this act, I should be left to use the money I get anyhow. I mean, a lot of them, they are not sole shareholder. Okay, I mean, then, but if you are still the majority, you are the controlling shareholder. I mean, so you control the board, you can make decisions. Well, I mean, of course, then there are three categories. If you're a minority shareholder, you are a controlling shareholder, and a sole shareholder, right? But I think the idea that you must be able to use the form to defeat the substance, and use the form under which you are incorporated to escape regulation under generally applicable laws, I think is something that is difficult. But again, if you could use the IGF issue, I think is a big issue. So if you could help us with some of the options, some of the middle road ways in which we can regulate that. The assembly, yeah, because it applies to them as well, right? So,
and I think since we are decentralizing, they must be able to retain the fees and revenues they collect, the rates and the rates.
Yeah, we had the conversation. You were not present there. I mean, the second stakeholder engagement was on local government, and so I think, of course, there is a consensus on the idea that if you are going to centralize, decentralize, then you cannot do this practice of keeping property rate collection at the central government level. It's almost like nobody does that except us. But in addition to that, there was this idea, for example, of seeding certain very local taxes, the collection of certain very local taxes of informal sector operators and others in terms of income tax, right? Because that falls under GRA. But if GRA is generally not properly incentivized to collect these informal taxes, why don't we add them to the tax base of the local authority? So at least they are the most proximate geographically to these entities. These are kiosk, mom and pop shops, as opposed to, they are not hotels, they are not big entities. why don't we just say, GRA, forget about collecting these small monies and let our district assemblies be the ones to collect them. And then to give them an incentive to collect, win them off consolidated fund, at least on the recurrent expenditure side. So you say, you collect, you use that to pay your salaries, but if you don't collect, that's your problem, right? So some trade-off, we give them some power, but then you allow them, you put them more responsibility in terms of fending for themselves at the local level. So again, in your paper, if you can reflect on some of these
The little
things.
work we did on property taxation brought out some interesting development. Every MC, DC determines the consultant to help them in the property rate collection, and they have a share. So with changes, they abolished the contract. Some had very good IT firms that had partnered them, and they are raking so much. You can't believe it. There are softwares for property rate collection doing very well in a lot of assemblies we looked at. Not less than 7 of them. Very well. But with change in MCs, DCs, contract is terminated. He also go and look for his own rate. People have developed softwares that are very credible and doing very well for them.
This is an unregulated area. I mean, the idea of how you source these things.
Exactly.
Okay. So we can have some questions on the floor for the various remarks that have been made and presentations, and then we can move on to the other issues we haven't covered yet. We haven't done the central bank monetary policy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Prof, fiscal policy cannot be managed by GRA. They can only operationalize the revenue part of it. Because fiscal policy covers both revenue generation and expenditure decisions of a given government. You take fiscal policy from the executive, you don't have an executive. So I think that's that should be settled. But the fundamental problem goes back to what Charlotte said: politics and economics. As a lecturer of policy, let's all understand that the house of policy is politics. The only reason why we are sitting here is because we are discussing the foremost policy document of the state. And the only thing giving us legitimacy to sit here is, again, politics. But policy must be built on its bedrock of economics. That's where we miss the boat. So for our economic structures, like you mentioned, the GRA, the Statistical Service, the Bank of Ghana governor, it all has to do with the appointing structure. And it comes back to NDPC at another point. I said it the last time. If we don't redefine and depoliticize the mechanism by which we appoint these key structural pillars of an economics management, we won't go anywhere. The governor is appointed by the president. The government statistician is appointed by the president. The statistical board is by largely the president. Everything is by the president. In all honesty, we all sit here, all of us sitting across here, we talk coffee. It's not every time we believe what comes from the Ghana Statistical Service, true or false. Let's be honest about it. Why? It's because of the politics that governs it. So when you see the data coming, getting close to an election, somehow the data is improving. Meanwhile, your connection with reality is not improving. So if we want to deal with this matter, a lot of the conversations we relate, but it won't go anywhere until you answer that question. Okay. How do we depoliticize, partisan politicize our key economic institutions? Just like we discussed with our other governance institutions. If the governor was not just appointed by the president, but the governor was a candidate that goes through an open process and approved by parliament, not by a simple majority, but a 2/3 majority, which relatively forces consensus across the aisle, everybody will own the governor. You understand? But we don't own the governor. You and I, we know. We go to EMT, we know what happens at the place. Why was Nash sidelined? at EMT. It's politics. And he will be sidelined. The next person will be sidelined. So we have to fix that part. If we want to solve this problem, all these key structural institutions, we have to have a framework that leads to inclusive appointments and broadly owned appointments. Then there are boards. Their boards must also be inclusive. You can't create a pure exclusive structure. You and I sitting here, who appoint most of the people on the Bank of Ghana board, true or false? Some of the people, you won't do it. The same with the previous board. We won't. I mean, let's have honest conversations. Yeah? So, how can we use the Constitution to put in structures to make sure we have an inclusive governance structure, an objective appointing, and a broadly accepted appointment structure? Then you can actually have a governor that stays longer, a statistician that stays longer, whose accountability is fully to the facts. That is. And the statisticians are one of the most important you have in the world and in our country. Because in Ghana, in all honesty, we all learn, most often we learn exams not to know, but to pass exam. So if the statistician is giving us the score and it's objective and everybody knows that this score will have to come out, it also shapes the way governance generally is run. The GRA is another one. So you can't run fiscal policy by an operator of fiscal policy. But it also needs a certain level of stability to also shape the planning in there. And there again, a number of the people there, it won't work. Then you look at the fiscal policy itself, aligning it with NDPC. NDPC is just, I don't know, it's like an appendix to the entire human. It's not doing anything, but it can cost you, it's doing nothing. And it won't do anything because of the way it is constituted. Nimoy was there, CEO before. Today he's back. Why did they sack him? Why should he have been sacked? Okay, why were you not reappointed or allowed to stay on? You did a 40-year plan. You involved a lot of us. We had a lot of conversation. I saw your document. You and I debated it. Very good document. There were gaps in there, all right. But the other people did not join you. When they came, they've younged it. Nobody follows it. But the budget, I speak again as an economic politician, the budget is supposed to be derived from that particular plan. So your budget is practically your annual execution of that broad national development plan.
So let's stick with the issue. I mean, I think we can.
And I'm going to come to the part. This part. I'm wrapping up soon.
No, I'm not cutting you. I just want us to. I think because I think you raised an issue, we can quickly maybe get some very quick advice on that one. Let's take the government statistician, yes. Right? And of course, I mean, economic data and statistics are an important part of this conversation. And you've made some points around the appointment. The appointment process for that office and the length of the tenure, for example, to give it more. Now, part of the other flip side of independence is, of course, accountability, yes. Right? So the more independence you give a key policy maker or office holder, the more independence you give that person or body from the political process or class, the more, of course, you also have to inject accountability mechanisms into that. So as you're thinking about how best we could choose, say, the government statistician, and maybe when we call him the government statistician, it makes it easy for any government to think that he or she is their statistician. The way we call him the chief state statistician, right? Nomenclature sometimes actually helps you to get around. But more importantly, I think on a serious note, can you give us some, thoughts on the independence of the statistical office, and then what accountability things would you inject into it? I have wondered, for example, why we need a board for the statistical service. What is the role of a board? You have a chief state statistician who is a technocrat, who is being chosen to do some work. They are maybe they can report to Parliament, they can report to, but there's a similar arrangement with the Audit Service and the Auditor General. There's an Audit Service Board. You have an independent Auditor General, and then you lay over this thing an Audit Service Board. What are the uses of these kinds of structures? Are they just additional layers for inviting political interference into an otherwise independent office? So you might create the body, but then you have allowed a gateway through which politics can enter again and undo the work you have done. So maybe help us with some specific ways we can give autonomy. The same question might apply to the central bank, I think, because we're thinking about these same things. Whether it's statistical service, whether it's you decide to do it for GRA commissioner or comptroller general or any of these key economic offices. Just some basic structure issues around independence, accountability, and stuff like that would be helpful.
Mr. Chairman, I think that our critical institutions should get a lot more technocratic, a bit more industry represented, and all accountable to Parliament. I don't agree with your concerns about having boards over these institutions. The institution itself, outside its technical role, is an organization with administrative constraints and needs, which boards provide oversight over. I was a member of the Ghana Highways Authority, and I've sat on other boards. Outside of the core work, which I don't think the Auditor General may have to account to a board for, his administration of the entire place must also be subject to a certain direct accountability. So you can't take that out. The thing is, who should be on that Audit Service Board? Should the politicians be represented? I think they should, but not just a ruling group of politicians. The minority group should also be represented in there. But while politicians get represented in there must be fit and proper requirements to be there. But outside of that, you should have technocratic institutions actually more dominate these boards and have representations from political parties. The institutions with that level of autonomy would also have to be accountable to Parliament. Parliament must exercise its proper oversight. And by that, it cannot be represented on any board in this country. As a political party, they can find somebody who is fit and proper to sit in there. If we were NDC today, there are a number of boards that you may want to have a person well-resourced like Dr. Nimoy Thompson sit there, which he could represent his party on. But you don't necessarily have a parliamentarian who is supposed to exercise oversight over these particular institutions also be on the board like we currently have. All right, so like Bank of Ghana has, what's his name? The Burger is one, you know the one I'm talking about. So, Isaac Adongo, great guy, but you can't be there as a parliamentarian. If he wasn't a parliamentarian, that would have been okay. Accountability is strengthened when you actually separate the powers properly. The boards, having the politicians both sides, creates transparency. Because these are critical institutions. NPP is on the board. NDC may be more on the board. But ultimately, you have the chartered accountants more dominating it, the Association of Bankers more dominating it, the stock exchange institutions are more dominating it. At the end of the day, you have proper quality. But in this constitution, for all these critical boards, we must have a framework that defines fit and proper requirements for people to sit on such institutions, on such boards. Not just putting people together, but fit and proper. We have that for the banking sector. There's a clear regulation. Those regulations must come up. If it has to come up from Parliament, that's fine. But there should be a framework to generate or develop that. I think we said the same thing when we discussed the SOEs. A bit on the NDPC. The NDPC's plan will never be adopted. And I think we had this lecture, the Constitution Day lecture, and former majority leader, Chairman Sambos, he was very clear. He can't have you come and determine the thing for him. He will just poo-poo it, and he will do it. Everybody will do it. Nobody has really carried over anyone's plan in reality. academically, they may just refer to it because the only plan you have when you are reading out the budget. But in practice, you can't see the coherence between NDPC's plan and the budget, which is supposed to operationalize the plan on an annual basis. And the reason is because the plan is not owned by everybody politically. Our plans are not bipartisan. So how do we get a bipartisan plan? The NDPC itself will have to be depoliticized. It is a political body. It's not a technocratic body anymore. It's not being. You are talking about the regional councils. Now, we interfere with every part. All the regional council people are practically now becoming political appointees indirectly or influenced. Everybody there is largely by the president and the political party of the time. It won't work. So we have to have an NDPC that has significant representation across the political device that are governing in parliament. When we go through a process, and the same thing, the same process of appointing who the chairman, the CEO is, we apply the same consultative or objective process that we talked about to test majority approval from parliament for an NDPC CEO. Everybody will accept that CEO. The plans he leads becomes the plans of the country. And then you have to operationalize what they do, not by just giving advice and hiding. On an annual basis, they must submit an independent report on the compliance of every given budget released by the finance minister to the plan. How does this budget deliver that goal in that plan that as a country we have come to accept as our national goal? If we don't have that measure and that control system in place prior to even the reading of budget in parliament and its approval, the NDPC's impact will be zilch. It is a formidable body who is being rendered incapacitated by the same people who created it, but it's an opportunity for a turnaround. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you just respond to this? You made an important point about retaining some of these boards, the board for the statistical service, for example, the board for Auditor General, but you said to retain them, and I thought you said they are there for some administrative accountability, because part of our experience as a country is that these boards become conduits also for controlling either the CEO or the office holder, right? So given that kind of political culture and experience, where boards have become conduits, indirect ways of, for politicians who may have lost control of the key executive office holder to now use this other way to come and control the office. We had that experience with when we filed a suit over the constructive dismissal of the Auditor General, right? And then one of the government's responses was, well, the Auditor General is not a freestanding office, he's subject to the board. And that the board, Audit Service Board, controls the Auditor General's functions, because the government, of course, controls the Audit Service Board. So the attempt was then to use that Audit Service Board to basically undermine the Auditor General's position. So while it's an interesting point to make, what kind of division of labor would you propose between government statistician and board, Auditor General and board, governor of bank and board, so that we don't have, if we're able to, say, secure that office, the CEO office, so that we don't have politicians doing an end run around that process and using the board to come and change, what it is that we have done. So some proposals on the appropriate division of labor between these two entities would be helpful.
30 seconds, Mr. Chairman. Look at the Audit Service Board today. You look at Article 189. The president, the board shall consist of A chairman and 4 other members appointed by the president, acting in consultation with the Council of State. B, the Auditor General, who is also appointed by the president. C, the head of the civil service is also appointed by the president. The appointment of officers and other employees in the audit service other than the Auditor General shall be made by the Audit Service Board. That's the task and mandate it gave it, acting in consultation with the Public Services Commission. I agree. You secure the Auditor General. You also have to secure the board. With this, the board is not secure. That's why you had the problem that you faced. But if this audit board needed the Institute of Chartered Accountants, the internal auditors, what the name body, some kind of CSO representation, and then you had the MPP or the NDC, the minority and majority in parliament nominating one or two. You have the Ghana Bar Association nominating somebody to also be in there. These are institutions. For politicians to start penetrating and government to control the board, to control this, he has to now go and control all these institutions all in one. At a minimum, they will start sponsoring a lot more students to become chartered accountants, which will help the country. So, so I think when you fix these structures and you secure the boards, you also secure the CEO role as well. It helps insulate the organization. Your key thing is, what mandate should this body have? Technically, the audit work is not controlled by the Audit Service Board. It is done by the Auditor General. But his administrative responsibilities are subject to the Audit Board. His budget, the people, his hiring process, HR issues that may come up from time to time. You can't be going to Parliament for that. He himself could be a subject of an HR audit, or an HR complaint. So there has to be a body to supervise that. But technically, their role must be totally independent. Just like we have with the Bank of Ghana, the MPC's role is totally independent from the entire board of the Bank of Ghana. What they say is not what the board will tell it to do. But to build an office, how much it should be, to allocate budget for all that, expanding or investing in particular technology, those things will have to come to the administrative body. The Bank of Ghana itself must be institutionally represented and politically inclusive. If you have that problem, with a fit and proper, Mr. Chairman, that is, you should write it in bold, fit and proper requirements, I think we should be significantly covered. But with IGF, as a former finance committee chairman of the boards, I understand the need for it. I agree that there's a lot of waste that goes in the independence and little accountability around IGFs. I wouldn't lie. But the IGFs, when it goes up there, there's zero accountability to at the Ministry of Finance. So while you are dealing with the MMDAs on IGF, you should deal with central government itself on their own accountability. When they were capping, the capping is capping, and it's like you are not seeing where the capping is capping. Where is the money going? You can't see it. Meanwhile, most of these organizations can't actually fund their goods and services budget. Look at the NCC. What budget do we give it? Practically pay people just to sit in their office. That's what we do. Thankfully, Charlotte used to be there, so she can confirm what I'm saying. You see, so I agree that we have a problem. Accountability should be improved, but don't also deprive it too much from these organizations to get creative and sustainably productive. The MPA, for example, generates a lot of IGF, plenty. But it also uses money to do things very constructively. There's ways there, I must admit, but maybe oversight, some accountability from them going up. When you say the money up there, coming back is a problem.
Yeah, okay, no. I think that's what we're looking for. Clearly the abuse has been highlighted, and for a country that has difficulty raising revenue, what revenue your various sub-entities are raising, if they're not coming to you in some form and they are all being spent as if they are private resources. You look at some of these entities are doing corporate social responsibility. I don't know. It's the government's business is to deliver schools and infrastructure and those things. What business has GMPC starting a foundation to do school fields and parks and stuff like that? If GMPC has surplus money, they must turn it over to the state. It is the state's business to do, sports stadia and boreholes and those things, But a lot of these entities have become like basically self-governing entities, lords unto themselves, using state resources to do all manner of corporate social responsibility, including sponsoring beauty pageants at Volta Hall and all those places, right? I mean, it's because it is. Because that's how they do it.
Mr. Chairman,
right?
if you look at their budget.
Oh, no, actually, they sponsored it in Commonwealth Hall. Yes. You know?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, if you look at the budget and you look at the appendices, the only problem you have in the budget is that it doesn't cover a lot of the SOEs that are off subvention. So we don't have accountability there. The accountability is really weak where there's no government subvention for an entity. So they're sort of wind off. Raise your money, spend it anyhow. The Auditor General will figure it out. If you're a limited liability company like ECG, you're not even subject to the procurement, what do you call it, the PPA. You know, those are the ones we want to fix. The key thing here is that the budget of every state organization for accountability can be subject to approval by the central government or a given state agency that provides oversight. So your revenue is tied to your expenditure. You must come with an expenditure plan. If that government body overseeing it signs off, as far as gives a policy sign off for you to go and sponsor a beauty pageant at Commonwealth, then that organization is on its own. The key thing for me is that when you give people this power, again, let's work with the proposed principle of us having a technocratic but politically inclusive body to supervise these institutions. Otherwise, you just find another mechanism to legitimize the rot. But it can be done by they keeping their money, but accounting and seeking approvals for particular spending. Today, as an SOE, you can't borrow without the Ministry of Finance's approval. But you can spend without the Ministry of Finance's approval. That's the part that we can fix. But going to the Ministry of Finance is also a tricky one. So let's rather have a body. If it is SIGA in this instance for the corporate entities, it can play that role. So SIGA, we use the same principle. Then we have proper management over it. If it's the general government SOEs, which are non-corporate wise, that's to generate money like the FDA and the GSA. Maybe the Public Services Commission and must have some budgetary oversight over what they somewhat do. I think one last thing before I go, Mr. Chairman, the Fiscal Council. I think the Fiscal Council should now become a part of the NDPC. NDPC has set a plan. Let the Fiscal Council be part of the NDPC, and they provide that oversight and control, not by a way of advice as far as the fiscal the limitations or parameters defined and approved by Parliament is concerned, but actually provide proper enforcement, because they should be the ones monitoring the budget's implementation fiercely and reporting recurrently to the country. We should be receiving reports from the NDPC on a quarterly basis about compliance with the budget, compliance with other things, and the path towards realizing our economic or development goals. There should be an update. They should be the teachers, they should be the ones scoring the Minister of Finance on a quarterly basis. Public reporting. Is it falling in line? We don't know. The Fiscal Council, keeping it outside of the NDPC, just creates another parallel, oversight over the Ministry of Finance or the executive. I think they should be a part of the NDPC. Thank you.
Chairman, I just want to add a little bit in terms of the contribution for the IGF. So another way we can look at the IGF, but sorry, my name is Agatha Roxon, and I'm a lawyer as well as an academia. Another way we can look at or monitor the IGF is the fact that most departments or institutions have got varied revenue or in terms of the IGF. So you said NPA has got like enormous, but when you probably look at the judiciary or other department, and my lady last week raised an issue about how they get their IGF and it goes into the consolidator and then they decide to give them a percentage of it. So we can have some form of uniformity among that in terms of who is looking at that. And we should also consider how much revenue they get from the IGF rather than how much balance is left for the IGF. And that will cure the Christmas, yes, and that will cure the Christmas shopping issue that my colleague said, Mr. Achia, yes, raised about the other departments trying to finish it off so that at the end of the year, they will be able to get some money back. So yes, I think the IGF needs to be monitored or looked at, but there has to be some uniformity so that all the departments, if you get more, it's good for other departments to get some balance from you or to support themselves. Because we know the judiciary, for instance, are really struggling. You go to other districts and high courts they don't have computers for them to go live and all that. So we can help them, support them in that regard. Because as lawyers, we even want to support some of our high courts out of Accra to get computers for them to be able to do that. So trying to have that is very important. Some uniformity to cut across all the institutions. And I've got a question for Mr. Achia in terms of the revenue. I'm quite particular about that because in the UK I used to work for the HM Revenue and Customs, and I know we send Ghana tax officers to the UK every year to the head office. I see them there to try and get some training there. So in terms of the tax policy document that you raised, that I think Nigeria, or was it another country that has got, can we not get NDPC to kind of work on that tax policy? And also my question, we are giving Mr. Dr. Nimoy, we are giving you more work.
No, I see that his team, they are not very happy with all the work you are giving them.
It will make them more
their system, their core mandate itself, they are struggling to get it
So we are trying to give you more work for that. And what I wanted to find out is, in terms of that tax policy document, is it the one that Nigeria has? Is it like a static one, or do they amend it every 4 years or every 5 years, wherever a new government comes in? So that's my question for that. And then I had a tax waivers. You also raised a tax waivers question. So I was looking at, will the tax waivers, or currently, do they align them with probably a government manifesto? So for instance, the NDC government has got a 24-hour economy policy that they've come up with. Will a tax waiver be like aligned with it in such a way that if a company or an industry is going into the 24-hour or has signed up for the 24-hour economy, will they get some incentives for that? Or are they can they consider whether a crucial area in the government or in the country's developmental area, such as agriculture, will manufacturing companies or agric processing companies that would add some value to the raw product get some incentives for that? So that it's not like hotels that have got 7-star will get incentive, whereas probably a processing company that needs that incentive will not get it. And finally, I was looking at the tax intensive again. So for the UK, for instance, what they do is for small and medium-term companies, they give them a 1 year, at the first year of the establishment, they give them a tax waiver. So you don't pay tax. The company does not pay tax. Do we have something like that in Ghana, whereby it defrays the newly established company of their expenditure costs for the first year for them to find their feet before they're able to start paying tax? These are some of the areas that, in as much as we are looking at revenue generation, we should also look at how we can maintain these companies. So that Blue Skies, for instance, came to Ghana. I know the owners were from Scotland, because I was quite particular about that when I worked in the UK. And I know they got some incentives from the UK government. Actually, House of Lords, they sent somebody to come and visit the industry in Ghana here. So I was quite saddened when you told me that they have moved from Ghana, because in as much as they operated there, they were also getting some tax benefits from the UK, which was helping our economy here through the employment that they were given. Our Ghanaian employees over here. So these are some of the areas that, in terms of the tax revenue, you should be considering. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Only one point on IGF. This IGF matter came about when we realized that you present your budget, you talk about salaries, you talk about CAPEX, you talk about administration. All government is interested in is making sure that people get their salaries, item 1. So nobody will go on strike. It became clear that we were unable to work as ministries. There is no money there. We had no funds to go about. This is how the IGF came. That gives some money to us, let us retain something so we can also do administration. So why do you now want to take away completely the entire IGF? What's going to happen to releases? Because they were not releasing. They were not releasing. Anytime you have something to do, they will tell you there's no cash. This is how IGF came about. Thank you.
So then are you, I mean, that's an interesting point. So the IGFs came about to enable these organizations retain money to cover their salaries.
No, salary was constant. Government will pay that one first. The administration capital expenditure.
Operational expenses
yes.
outside salaries.
As for salary, they are constant. Government doesn't play with it.
Okay.
At the end of each month, government will pay salaries. Maybe it will delay, but as for the salary, it will be paid. But your administration, capers, and whatever will never come.
But if you collect money, let's say you collect money, it's enough to pay your, assuming that it's enough to pay your salaries, right? I mean, assuming. Right? Okay. So a governmental unit collects revenues. Let's assume it's enough to pay their salaries. But then the government takes upon itself the obligation to pay the salary.
Yes.
And then you get to keep the money you have retained to cover other operational expenses.
Yes, parts, not everything. Just a part of it for your administration. As for capers, nothing comes.
At all.
They don't give you anything for capital expenditure. It's so difficult that you find that nothing is happening in the administration. They are unable to move. They can't even buy paper.
Okay.
There's nothing to buy stationery. So this is how this
But I can understand it for, I mean, so if you treat, let's say you are treating an SOE that's a commercial entity. It sells things.
Yes.
And therefore has a revenue stream, substantial. Then you have just a fee charging entity that really is not a commercial entity. It just charges regulatory fees and stuff like that. It may not be able to raise money as much as a commercial entity.
Exactly.
But then they are all treated the same under this IGF policy.
Yes. You see, the point they are making is this. Whatever we get, you go and put it in the consolidated fund. Release it, you don't want to release. So why don't we keep part for ourselves? So we can also do our administration. Everything you raise is going to consolidate. Like the judiciary. They make work fines, this, that. Everything is going there. How do they run the administration?
So I guess the issue is, how do we keep the IGF in principle operating, but how do we curb the abuse? The abuse is the problem.
Exactly.
The fact is that we have basically gone from no IGF to unregulated IGF. And maybe what we need is something in the middle that allows government to get the money that is otherwise being used for Christmas shopping and other things.
Yeah, otherwise, the ministries and the rest cannot run. The government agencies cannot run. They tell you, we collect and spend. So until we won't give it to you. Meanwhile, we are collecting a lot and paying into the consolidated fund, and you are not releasing, and you expect us to do administration. How do we do the administration?
GRA? Yes. Wait, that applies to GRA. So GRA treats the taxes it collects as IGF?
I don't know about that, but I don't know. It's only a percentage you keep. It's a percentage that you keep. It's not everything that you keep. It's only a percentage. I forgot it. In fact, as Attorney General, we had to push to get more for the judiciary because they were facing a lot of difficulty when it came to administration. And yet they were putting a lot of money in the consolidated fund. So I think we tried to even raise theirs to about 15% or so, whilst the rest were a little lower. I've forgotten. This many years back.
It was raised to 15%.
15.
But it is not on fines, though. or fees. It is on, let's say, for the forms we sell and for statutory declaration. It's
Well,
not,
those are the details, but as far as we
no,
are
but
concerned,
it's very small.
no, I'm saying that the case we made for the judiciary
Yes.
was that they were collecting a lot going into the consolidated fund. So
And they were not
release
getting
some to them. And we said they should even go high, about 15%. Because you go to judiciary, a judgment has been given, it cannot be released because there's no stationery. How?
All right. So, please, Dr. Esi Ansah has a question.
Wow, very spirited discussion. Thank you all. I have two questions that go back to the earlier presentation by Dr. Theo Champong as well. And one, in terms of depoliticizing the appointments, etc., let's presume that we've been able to resolve Article 70 and the president is not appointing everybody. Let's presume that. I'd love to hear the thoughts of the NDPC on requiring political parties to actually, before they craft their manifestos, consult the NDPC and be mandated to align whatever it is. You know, so you may have priority areas and they decide we're going to pick A, B, and C, and then align that so that when they, regardless of who comes into power, there's always alignment with what the NDPC has in place. And at this level of the Constitution, perhaps some of the language we may have to reframe is rather than have the NDPC advice, is there room for mandating the government of the day to actually follow, you know, have a relationship where they are following, they are mandated to align whatever they're doing to the NDPC, so it's not just advice. And then secondly, everything we've talked about goes down to research and data. You can't plan without data, whether it's local government, whether it's the economy. And one of the things I've been very curious about is the role of the state in investing in research and data. We don't have anything like that. And so I'm wondering what the thoughts are around the table in terms of having, at the level of the Constitution, I mean, this will sit within different entities, but so long as we have the Ghana Statistical Services and they're doing the generation of data, wondering what the thoughts are with regard to a national research fund that actually supports the generation of data knowledge. So you have the statistical services, all right, maybe a specific mandate that requires that when it comes to policy making, any and every entity needs to reach into, you know, what the statistical services produces, and then we actually have a fund that helps us to generate data, generate knowledge, because a lot of our planning may come from just political desires, as opposed to grounded in data and using that, so that there's a stronger relationship between the GSS, the NDPC, and a fund that actually supports research and development. I'm really curious what the thoughts are around that. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so the structure of the conversation was to have us, initial idea, to have us talk about the budget, debt, monetary policy, economic data and statistics. I think that we have managed to, you know, talk about, at least in terms of the appointment side and accountability side of the issue, the issues around the statistical service, the audit service, even possibly the governor, but not entirely, but in terms of just appointing structure and the board and stuff like that. We were going to spend the bulk of the afternoon talking about the NDPC contracting, which is a big part of this question, because there are provisions in the Constitution dealing with contracting of loans and agreements and stuff like that, and our experience with judgment debts and all of these kinds of things that are here. But I think before we break, I know that Nimoy is going to do a presentation on the NDPCs specifically. But the issue that AC puts on the table about alignment between the national plan and party manifestos is one that is probably one of the most popular or most talked about issues in the public generally. That people want to see how you can translate the NDPC's document plan into something that's actionable. And one of the ways conversations I think I've heard about is on the front end, this alignment between that and the manifesto. I think Senor gave us on the back end, post-election, aligning that with the budget. I mean, that probably looks like an interesting idea. I've seen, for example, the budgets, I think in 2017 or thereabouts, I saw the budgets aligned with the how do you call that thing? SDGs, for example, right? So let's say the SDGs, if we can do that with the SDGs, right? We have a budget and the ministry produces another document where it shows the ways in which the budget is aligned with each of the commitments we've made in the SDGs, right? So similarly, it can be done for the NDPC, I suspect. So that is what Senor put on the plate. But this one is the more interesting one that has been asked about a lot. How do you do this on the ex ante as opposed to ex post level in terms of the alignment?
Yeah. This is the one time I'm going to disagree with AC on this one. I think when we imagine NDPC working with political parties, we're looking at the big ones. We forget that we have a plethora of political parties, some with very limited capacity to even enable the NDPC to engage with them. We also have a constitution that permits independent persons to run for office. So imagine a situation where you have 50 people on the ballot. How is the NDPC going to engage all these people to ensure that their manifestos capture the plans that the NDPC have come up with? So I really think that the budget side would work better than making NDPC engage with all these entities. I don't want to say some things that will get me into trouble today, so let me leave it.
So, but Article 34, I mean, to hold brief for AC on this one, Article 34(1) says the dietary principles of state policy contained in this chapter shall guide all citizens, Parliament, the President, the Judiciary, the Council of State, the Cabinet, political parties, and other bodies and persons in applying or interpreting this Constitution or other law, and in taking and implementing any policy decisions for the establishment. And I take it to mean that this is where, I mean, the NDPCs is there to translate the dietary principles of state policy into a plan. Now, if that is indeed the case, then it is possible. I don't know. It's possible. I mean, making it effective is probably the... If you put the obligation on all presidential candidates, right, before, at some point during the campaign calendar, you must submit your manifestos, or you put the obligation on both sides. NDPC work with the parties to create their manifestos that are in alignment with the national plan on the front end. I think it's probably, I agree, it's easier to enforce on the back end. But if you had that and you said, then the plan, this is a plan that would have been passed by an act of parliament, right? So you say that, okay, when you are done with the plan, submit it to parliament and by resolution, approved by parliament by resolution, and then so there's a certain aspect to it that looks like a legal document, but then the parties must make sure, and NDPC will help them to build capacity, like AC is talking about in terms of their research plan. If you do some such thing, you could conceivably bring the NDPC into the picture before the post-election. It would be tricky, but...
I think that may work if we go back to the discussions we had last week, or I think 2 weeks prior, where we talked about re-looking at how political parties are regulated and governed. Until we fix that problem, this NDPC can't solve this problem. So we have to go back, look at how we operate, how they are regulated. Look at that again, and then we can bring them under this kind. But the ones I know, I don't think that the Constitution anticipated those creatures. Yes.
I actually, Chairman, there's a matter that I think is it.
So just a quick response to that. I think actually for the exact reasons you raise, there's value in having the NDPC work with, whether it's independents or whether it's actually the smaller parties. Usually when you are looking for manifestos, you find it for the 2 big parties and that's it. But this goes also back to, I don't remember whether it was the United One Ghana movement or it was the another group that mentioned research, right? And I think this also goes back to something that IDEG mentioned somewhere in this journey, so that you actually have a fund that a small party that doesn't have the capacity can actually access in order to try and understand, okay, so the NDPC may have the plan, and it's not the hand-holding and taking them through how to come up with their manifesto. No, this is what we have. Now, where do you plan to align? Once you outline that, maybe there's a fund that you can use to do any additional research so that you are well informed when you're making your political promises, because that's where the problem is. The promise making that has no data whatsoever to back it. Right? So I think the fact that we have small invisible parties, when you have the NDPC actually be there as a resource, Ghana Statistical Services, then they can also build capacity to make informed decisions and then planning.
Chairman, I think that we have a problem with Article 36(5). 5, clause 5. Whilst clause 3, that Theo Achampon spoke about, says that the state shall take appropriate measures to promote the development of agric and industry. 5 says that for the purposes of foregoing clauses of this article, within 2 years after assuming office, the president shall present to Parliament a coordinated program of economic and social development policies, including agric and industry programs at all levels and in all the regions of Ghana, including the emphasis is no longer on agric and industry, but rather it should look at the economic and social development policies. Politicians always hide behind this to say that we are not going to go according to what MDPC is telling us, because there's an injunction here to present our own program within 2 years of taking office. I believe that this is a huge drawback that we have to look at. If we indeed talking about agric and social development, everything that government should do should be geared towards that one. But if you now tell us it should include, then government is telling you that I have my own program of economic and social development.
You are sounding like you gave a legal opinion to your government to try and evade compliance with the.
But you know.
But I get your
you
point.
know where I'm coming from.
No, I get. But I think I thought that Abner had made a point that in the light of the contemporary realities, that perhaps we should expand that provision that talks about agriculture and industry to actually incorporate services, because that is really the reality of the economy that we're running, and maybe that's the trend also globally. But I think it's about 2 o'clock. We've been able to use our time productively this morning. We usually break for lunch at 2, and I think we should try and stick to it. But meanwhile, would you like to just take a quick stab at it? I know you have a presentation, right? That you would do before this. I mean, would you want to take just a quick reflection and then we break for lunch and then we'll
Yes, far less than that. I think we are drinking the soup before the fufu is ready. I don't know whether it's a light soup or groundnut soup, but I would recommend that we hold up for now, because these are all very critical issues that we've already anticipated. And we've done that. We work with political parties. I will explain why it didn't work. Believe it or not, the idiosyncrasies of just one or two people can subvert the will of 34 million Ghanaians. And that's what we've seen. So I will raise all those issues. I can assure you that I have video, photographic, and textual evidence to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we'll take a break. It's 13 after 2. Maybe we'll take a break, and if we're efficient with lunch, I don't want you to choke on your meal, but if we can be back here by 3-ish, that would be fine. We still have some conversation to have, most prominently on the national development planning. We have contracting and procurement to talk about. We haven't exhausted the conversation on debt and borrowing. We've made some progress. And on the monetary policy side, beyond central bank independence, governance, and accountability, I think we haven't dealt with the relationships between the fiscal and the monetary side, and how, in the light of our recent experiences, we can shore up the monetary side so that it's not basically just doing the bidding of the fiscal side and inflating the economy and stuff like that. So what guardrails can we put together on that side as well, and if we must do it through the Constitution? So we'll take a 45 or so minute break for lunch. here, whether in their institutional or individual capacities, gets to make some input for our committee. We have quite a diverse group here. We have a pensions regulator, the former pensions regulator. Here we have former regulator of the public utilities here, both of whom I'm sure have insights to share on that side of the issue, whether in relationship to debt or to debt management or to revenue mobilization or the expenditure control. And before we broke for lunch, I indicated that we still have issues of contracting. There's a provision, the chapter on finance also includes some provision on how government must do, or at least the authorization. And like I said, the only provisions, the finance provisions really are not checks or balances, they are just authorizations. So really the goal here is to find a way to attach certain guardrails to those provisions, because beyond empowering, they just empower government. They don't rein government in. So the challenge really is, if it's all they do is empower, and there are no accountability checks on that power, then maybe that's where the weaknesses are. So if you run through the chapter on finance, you will see that every time that every provision there empowers, it just empowers, it authorizes, and it doesn't, upon authorizing, put any constraint or restraint on how that power should be exercised to avert abuse and stuff like that. So I think that framing of the issue helps us. So we will take, we have, of course, like I said, we've had other discussions. This conversation started 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago on land and natural resources. And, of course, as we've gone on, we have, picked more knowledge, more insights. But to the extent that we are also talking about revenues, certainly how to maximize the returns from our natural resources is very much a part of the conversation. Gold prices are through the roof, right? So, yes, there's Trump and his tariffs and abolition of USAID and all of that. But the other side of the coin is that, people are seeking safety in the midst of this uncertainty in gold. And if we can deal with our problems with illegal mining and galamsey, gold is definitely one of the resource streams that we have. So yes, conversations around how to maximize returns from our natural resources are part of the revenue question. So all these are on the table. I would like us to get a presentation first from Nimoy Thompson, Dr. Nimoy Thompson, on the NDPC. A number of issues have been raised about it. Many people see it as the silver bullet. In many respects, I think when the last commission said from a political to a developmental constitution, I think everybody then thought the NDPC is going to be the linchpin of this new constitution. And in fact, you do see provisions in there. This is where the conversation around making the National Development Plan legally binding comes from, which would be an interesting idea. Don't know a country where that has succeeded in operationalizing it in that way. But this is a conversation in Ghana, and I think it expresses public frustration with this, discontinuity in planning, in policy that our political cycle, electoral cycle, always produces. And people are looking for something that gives us a planning horizon that is sensible, and that gives us policy continuity and all of that. So there's a huge public expectation that the NDPC can be turned around in a way that will bring alignment between budget and NDPC, between party manifesto and NDPC, and there are all of those expectations. So we will look at the NDPC question, but we should reserve time to get back to the central bank, to get back to the revenue question, and to provide room for our pensions guys to also weigh in the conversation. So Dr. Nimwe, you have the floor for, you said you were going to show us a movie and everything. If we can do that in 25 minutes, that would be wonderful. Then we can have some really robust conversation. Thanks.
All right, maybe I can start while you are setting it up. A lot of suggestions were made and questions also asked. It's unfortunate that Senor is not here. His suggestion that fourth-year National Development Plan. Now, I'll just quickly deal with issues of Article 86 and 87. 86, of course, sets up the commission, and 87 spells out its functions. It's pretty straightforward for those of you who may have it before you. There shall be a National Development Planning Commission. This, by the way, is part of the section on the executive. And under the executive, you have the presidency, you have the cabinet, you have the Attorney General's office, you have the National Security Council, and then you have the National Development Planning Commission. So there shall be a chairman appointed by the commission, appointed by the president in consultation with the Council of State. And for those of you who might have been here when we discussed the Council of State, you may recall that I suggested that perhaps we need to fix the Council of State elections between the day of election, the results, and the swearing in of the new president, so that the president wouldn't have to wait, as has been the case now, for the Council of State to be set up. The minister responsible for finance and such other ministers of state, government statistician, Governor Bank of Ghana, one representative from each region of Ghana appointed by the Regional Coordinating Council, such other persons as may be appointed by the president having regard to their knowledge and experience. And then at the bottom it says NDPC, the National Development Planning Commission, shall be responsible to the president. Now, let me point out that there have been a lot of suggestions to modify this particular article. It came from the previous one, 2011 Constitution Review Commission report, and then the one from last year, which was organized by Oseche Mensah Bonsu. I don't think we have the time to go through all that, but what I would like to say is that there appears to be some misunderstanding of the nature of the work of NDPC. So people think that the more people will crowd on as commissioners, the more representative it can be. But as you see in the presentation, the commission's current structure actually makes it possible to incorporate as many views and organizations as possible. And we did just that for the 40-year National Development Plan. So the structure may remain the same. I will put these in writing and give them to you later on. The various, what we did from 2011 was that there were the recommendations or the suggestions in the matrix, and then the second column of the matrix was the white paper comments on it. And I suppose that this process is going to go through that, where there's going to be a white paper. And then the third column had to do with NDPC's responses to the Constitution Review's recommendations and the comments of the white paper. Some of it were accepted, some were not accepted. I'll share those later on. So this one deals pretty much with the structure. For instance, the recommendations from the, let's call it the Oseche Mensah Bonsu committee recommended that we should have, in addition to a Minister of Finance, we should also have a former Minister of Finance. And there's really no empirical basis for that particular recommendation. If we have a Minister of Finance and we are proposing a former Minister of Finance, then why not a former Governor of the Bank of Ghana or a former government statistician? So these are some of the issues. They propose, for instance, the inclusion of Teachers Association. And the question is, what happens if the Nurses and Midwifery Association also come in? So there has to be a point where you draw the line, but at the same time, you are flexible enough to allow all these other groups to be part of it. So that is done. And then this part spells out the work of the commission. The commission shall advise the president on development planning and policy strategy, development planning policy and strategy. I've gone through that. I have track changes. Maybe I'll share those during the interactions because I don't want to leave the window now and lose my ability to go through it. But I've always had problems with some of the language of this provision. And I suspect that it's because the original NDPC feasibility study was done by Hungarians. And I have a feeling it's Hungarian English because some of this English will not necessarily be Ghanaian English. And I've been vindicated in a sense that I went to a program about a month ago where we were given economic leaflets with economic thing. And I read through them, and the language, again, did not sound Ghanaian enough. And so I pointed that out, and they say, yes, it wasn't actually written by Ghanaians. It was written by one of these international organizations. So I have a problem, and I'll go through it, and then later on, when I come out of the screen, I'll give you the alternative thing. So the Commission shall, at the request of the President or Parliament, or on its own initiative, study and make strategic analysis of macro-economic and structural reform options. Frankly, it makes no practical sense. What we are proposing is analysis of the economy, and propose reforms and so forth. Make proposals for the development of multi-year rolling plans, taking into consideration the resource potential, the putting comparative advantage of different districts. Well, basically, we talk about resource potential of the government and as well as the district assemblies instead of comparative advantage, which has a very unique economic meaning that doesn't really apply here. Make proposals for the protection of the natural and fiscal environment. That too, we proposed a modification of the language. So there's a difference between the natural environment and then the built environment. It's the same as the fiscal environment, but when you use built environment, people understand that better. So the issues of flooding and those things can be appropriately reflected, or let's say land use management will be properly reflected. Make proposals for ensuring the even development of districts of Ghana by effective utilization of all resources, material, human, financial, and so forth. Monitor, evaluate, and coordinate development policies, programs, and projects. And this actually addresses some of the suggestions made that NDPC should be reporting on the performance of the government. This is in fact done already. Currently, we do the annual progress report, which is then presented to Parliament. So it's nothing new. The Commission shall also perform such other functions to development planning. Again, they kept, because of the name, development planning, they kept focusing on planning, but the Commission does more than planning. Basically, you can petition its areas of work into 3 areas. Development planning is certainly one of them. Monitoring and evaluation is also another part of it. But then there's a third part, which is the advice stroke research part, because you cannot give advice without doing research. So at the same time, it also serves as a think tank for the government, even though the resources to play that role fully hasn't been done. So the idea, as you see in the written submissions, is to modify this language to reflect a mandate beyond just planning, which will also reflect its role as brain trust for the government. So this is what we have here. And as I said, I don't want to interrupt the flow, so I'll leave it on and just speak to it just as I've done. And then during the interactions, I'll show those ones. Now, this is an attempt to explain one of the biggest misconceptions about the Commission that somehow we need to bring on board, and I think I mentioned that so many organizations, and it's not really, we don't have to increase or expand the scope of the membership. We can still keep the Commission membership the way it is. There have been recommendations that it should be 31, some 35. The last one was 49. The one we're going to set up now is going to be 45, partly because we've increased the regions from 10 to 16 and all these other issues. So there are limitations in terms of the number of people we can have as members. But bear in mind, and this is very critical, the Commission is not like a board of directors, as some people like to say. This is actually a working commission where the commissioners ideally should each have an office assisted by technical people, and they will do actual policy analysis to inform the work of the Commission. Unfortunately, due to resource limitations, we haven't had that. But even within those limitations, these are very active commissioners. Unlike a board where they meet every 3 months and they discuss what is to be discussed and they go away. So and the chairman, for instance, is sometimes viewed as as an executive chairman, because it's not. That's why the chairman actually has an office at the Commission, has a secretary, and so forth and so on. So it's quite deep, and therefore it requires all the knowledge that one needs to master to prepare national development plan. And then that's the membership and what they do. But then you have the functions and operations of the commission, which has both technical and plan preparation. This is where, and as you see in the videos and other things, this is where we open the door for anybody, any individual, any group that has anything to contribute to the preparation of the long-term national development plan or any other plan. We have what we call the cross-sectorial planning groups. It involves the ministries, CSOs, professional organizations. Anybody can then participate in the process of planning or preparing the long-term national development plan. And that's exactly what we did. So we do that. It helps us to maintain the compact nature of the commissioners who are either ex-officio members or chosen by the president or nominated by the Regional Coordination Council. That remains compact, while in the wider circle, we then make room for everyone, chiefs, as you see, we do exactly that. Now, there is Article 36.5, which is not really part of the Commission's functions, as spelled out in the Constitution, but it's been discussed already, which is that within 2 years after assuming office, the President shall present to Parliament a coordinated program of economic and social development policies. Now, the Commission has de facto been involved in the preparation of the coordinated program, working very closely with the office of the President of the day. We do work with them, and in fact, we have a timeline now that we will use to engage the current President. The coordinated program obviously stands in the name of the President for the duration that he is in office. It's not anybody else's plan, but the plan or the program of the President of the day. And that's where we are to advise the President. In some of the previous recommendations, one of them was that we should scrap the 2 years because for all practical purposes, it makes no sense. And in some instances, for many years, the President or the presidency waited until the very last day of the second year, 31st December of the second year, before the program was actually finalized, by which time they were already halfway through their term. And so it kind of made nonsense of it. When we were preparing the 40-year National Development Plan, we managed to squeeze this, we reduce it from 24 months to between 3 and 6 months. And we believe that this can be done. So we have two options. One is to scrap it all together, we'll bring this. By the way, everything I'm saying here is tentative in the sense that the current commission has not been inaugurated yet. So we will then submit it to them for them to review. Hopefully, they will then be in a position to comment on these things. So one option is to just scrap the 2 years and give the President the flexibility to put his plan in place. The other option is to make it 12 months so that they can do it. And hopefully within the 12 months, you work towards 6 months. Anything can happen which then may require them to do it in 12 months, but certainly not 2 years, which doesn't make sense. When we did the 40-year National Development Plan, we encouraged them to align their the manifesto, political parties to align their manifestos with the 5 strategic growth areas. It used to be that we had what they called thematic areas for the preparation of plans, and that tended to change a lot. So each government, even the same government that wins re-election, will change its thematic areas, which then changes the planning cycle of the MDAs. So what we settled on were 5 strategic areas that would be permanent, and all MDAs and MMDAs will operate or plan around those. And that's economic development, social development, institutional development, environmental development, and then the 5th one is Ghana's place in the global economy. And so we've been working with the presidency for the preparation of this, and as a result of that, we've received some recommendations as to how we should approach it. As I said, one is to abolish it, the other is to make it 12 months, maybe 6 months. We put all that in writing for the committee. Now, the status and finances of the commission. Of course, every government agency complains that it doesn't have enough resources. But for us, it's not just that we didn't have enough resources, but two critical, almost fatal errors were made in deciding the status of the commission. It should have been the commissioners should have been part of Article 71 holders. But somehow an error was made and it was excluded, despite the fact that, as I said, this is a working commission. It's not a commission where folks just show up every 3 months to have meetings and then go home. So the recommendation is that the commissioners should be part of the Article 71 office holders. The second one is Clause 17 of the NDPC Act. That is financial. I'm not sure it belongs here as part of the constitutional review or constitution review exercise, but it's more a legislative issue that we thought I should just mention in passing. And then the third one is also somewhat legislative. This was also an error that put the technical and administrative staff of the commission on a much lower compensation scale that they otherwise should have because of the high entry requirements of the commission. You need at least a master's degree and 2 years experience and of course a PhD to be a director general. So this should have put us in a much higher position, but this wasn't done. Again, we were told that that's because of an error. So we're working on these two errors to make sure, because there are a lot of suggestions made for what NDPC should do and so forth and so on. Without the appropriate resources and the incentives, we simply would not be able to do that. We've been hemorrhaging professionals as a result of this error that they made, where people think they could get better salaries at Bank of Ghana or wherever. So this is something that's part of our priority in terms of putting the commission in the position to fulfill its functions, including the suggestion made by Senyo. He's not here. He did mention the need, or he did suggest that the Fiscal Council should be placed under the NDPC. I wouldn't be that specific that the Fiscal Council should be placed under the NDPC, but what I would recommend is that the NDPC mandate be expanded for it to conduct independent fiscal performance report as well as independent monetary policy reports. And his suggestion came in handy because I've always wondered who verifies the claims in the typical budget statement and who verifies the claims made by the central bank whenever a report. So we need some sort of an independent verification of that, because it's in your interest to put forward your best or your better foot, and not your best foot since you have only two. So yes, I agree with that, and we'll put that in writing also as one of the recommendations to give us some sort of an independent sense of fiscal performance and also an independent sense of now, I'm now going to move into the issue of consultations. Again, perhaps before I do that, I should play the video. Gentlemen, maybe you can help me with the video here. Okay. All right, so it works here. Do you think no, I can use the mic. Can you guys hear me?
The inability
huh?
of government to continue programs established by successive governments has not been in terms of continuity and long-term planning implementation.
They said they can hear me. Can you hear me?
Successive governments are involved.
This is very critical because it helps to
ensure effective coordination, integration, implementation, monitoring and evaluation of national policies and plans. The majority leader insists the NDPC has come up with a
Okay, I can just speak to them. We can skip that since we are running late. Let me just speak to that. Yeah, you want to do that? Daniel Damarula is on. Okay, so let him do that. Okay. So basically, they are going to do that. Are you going to play that? Okay. So it has to do with the event by the majority leader, and I'm interested in his view. Some of you might have heard that, where he also emphasized the fact that until NDPC membership of the commissioners, the ranks are expanded, it will not be legitimate, or the output of the commission will not be legitimate. And the very words he used was that NDPC would always be like a chamber pot. No matter what comes out of it, nobody is going to accept that. But this is based on a misreading of the scope of the commission's work, which I've just gone through. We have the commissioners who work, and then who do their
According to the Majority Leader Oseiche Mensah Bonsu, the inability of governments to continue programs started by successive governments has not been helpful to the cause of the nation in terms of continuity and long-term planning in the implementation of policies, programs and projects. Even though in the country's constitution, successive governments are enjoined to continue projects of their predecessors, failure to comply does not attract any sanction. The goal of the National Development Planning Commission, NDPC, for the medium term is to ensure effective coordination, preparation, implementation, monitoring and evaluation of national policies and plans. The Majority Leader insists the NDPC must come up with a legislation which will require political parties to weave their manifestos and development agenda around its mandate.
The Constitution provides in Article 35(7), and I'm quoting, that as far as practicable, a government shall continue and execute projects and programs commenced by the previous governments. All of us in this country, all the parties in this country, are centrist parties because of the imperatives of the article, the directive principles of state policy, which provides the overall mission for development for the country. What we need as a country is to have the NDPC, the National Development Planning Commission, craft a real long-term development program or plan for this country, such that all the parties will weave our manifestos around the long-term development plan crafted by the NDPC. Unfortunately, in the Constitution, the composition of the NDPC does not lend the outcome of its work to acceptability and acceptance by other parties that may not belong to the party that provides the composition of the NDPC. It is politically tainted because at a given time, the composition is made up of the ministers of a serving government at any particular time. And if it is MPP that does it, then NDC would not buy the product. If it is NDC that does it, regardless of whatever, the MPP will not buy the product. So it's like, excuse my language, a chamber pot. Regardless of whether it's coming from a factory brand new, nobody will want to eat from that.
Member of Parliament for Elembele, Emmanuel Amakofibua, said the Majority Leader's call was a step in the right direction.
And the Honorable Chairman supposed to give us the very utopian intention of our Constitution. We must have a level playing field, there must be fair development, there must be continuity after every change in government. Yes. But
The final list of 11 ministerial nominees is now out. 4 of them are new portfolios. They are the Ministry of Planning with Professor Jan Bafo at its helm, Special Development Initiatives, Hawa Kumsin, Minister for Inner City and Zongo Development, Alhaji Boniface Sadiq, and Minister for Business Development, Awal Ibrahim Mohammed. With this list, the total number of ministerial nominees sent to Parliament for vetting stands at 36. Edward Nyaka reports.
The 6 newly created ministries are monitoring and evaluation, regional reorganization and special projects, water resources and sanitation, planning, special development initiatives, inner city and zongo development, business development and rural development. President Nana Akufo-Addo said these ministers of state will work from the presidency.
There's 6 portfolios that are coming out as new portfolios. But all these 6 portfolios will be working under the umbrella or under the aegis of the office of the president. They are not new, they're not stand-up ministries that are going to be established. They are all going to function as part of the office of the president. But the ministers involved will have their dedicated portfolios and they'll find their being within the budget of the office of the president.
So far, out of the 36 names of ministers sent to Parliament, 9 are women. The latest list of nominees, Katrina Feku, hails to the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. She is the MP for Valuejura and Jomoru constituency. While the aviation portfolio goes to another woman, Mrs. Cecilia Abenadapa. She was formerly MP for Bantama and Deputy Minister for Works and Housing under President Kufuor's regime. The MP for Kro in the Greater Accra region, Elizabeth Na Afolikwe, has been assigned to the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture. She has 25 years of working experience at the fisheries
Somehow, this evolved into a Ministry of Planning, which created its own institutional challenges to the point where it even wanted to swallow up, and I believe it did swallow up NDPC as an agency under the ministry, which of course doesn't make sense because NDPC is an autonomous commission which is part of the executive. And this is very, 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 very critical because it created all sorts of problems. Now, as I said, I have both video, pictorial and textual. So here are some of the pictures of consultations with all the political parties, and I cannot emphasize that enough, that the senior minister was thinking of developing Ghana Beyond Aid. So he felt perhaps that this stood in the way. And he did the Ghana Beyond Aid. You may remember the scandal that attended that this was the cover of the Ghana Beyond Aid. It turned out to be the skyline of Nairobi. It had nothing to do with Ghana. And I pointed it out, actually, because I had been to Nairobi a couple of weeks before that and went to the Kenyatta Conference Center. So I could see the skyline. Once we raised it, they then changed the cover to the one on the right. But it shows the lack of commitment there in terms of getting the thing done. And these are the covers. So far, the same document, we have, this is the 40-year National Development Plan. We call it the Black Star Rise, and unfortunately, the 40-year Development Plan overtook that. But the pictures were meant to reflect the future that we were aspiring to. So here you have modern agriculture, modern highways, the Black Star Stadium, energy, sustainable energy, and shipping. And then the said, no, it's too long, 468. Let's reduce it. And then it was reduced from that to 50 pages. And then later on now, I think it's 200 and whatever. I honestly don't know what any of the covers now reflect. A lot of the stuff, so you see here we have Black Star Rising. All they did was to move this around, the Rising Star, Ghana at 100 and so forth. So there's a lot of duplication that then went on that I believe was needless. So in the end, the regional plan itself, which everyone agreed was solid in the scope and depth, was gradually shunted to the side, and we ended up with 7, was replaced with $8,500. A massive drop, which doesn't even make sense, because now Gabon, as I speak with you, Gabon has a per capita income of 8,000. It doesn't really make sense. But there are other issues there that we found problematic with, and then we decided that we should shelve that for now. So let me just wrap it up here. But the bottom line is that some recommendations have been made from 2011. Others were made last year. We've heard some today. There seems to be a great deal of misunderstanding about the structure and functions of the commission that we need to take upon ourselves to educate the public on. If we intend to pay a courtesy call on Honorable Chairman Sabonsu for him to have an understanding of how we work, that we're not a chamber pot, we're actually a serious body with additional things that people are now throwing away. So let me wrap it up here, and then if there are any questions or issues that I've not been able to touch, I will address that, or I'll call on any of my colleagues here to step in for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So okay. So I think the issue really is not that people are not doubting the technocratic quality of the plan or the utility of it. I think the problem that keeps coming up when we discuss the NDPC is, one, the from regime to regime kind of political ownership of it, and therefore, continuity in terms of implementation. And then the other point that I think people are making is taking the document and translating it into actionable, if incremental kinds of, whether budget or rolling, whatever. The fact that politicians as seasoned as Chairman Sabonsu or Safu Malfo, Jambafo, whether out of self-interest, which is also part of the politics. I mean, this interest politics is what it is, right? If they don't find that they own the document, notwithstanding the additional mechanisms that you have created within the organization to ensure consultation with parties and others. If notwithstanding that, factions of the political class do not feel that the document that was crafted under their rival
party is something that they can work with or that they wish to own, that is something to take on board, right? It is definitely going to affect the usability of the document, and you don't want it to gather dust. So if that is the concern, the question is, how does a process like this cure that problem so that we can have the benefit of an otherwise technocratically sound document? Because it's of no use to us if we go through the expense of putting together this document, and the only thing standing between it and realization and implementation is that the political class thinks it is not useful for their purposes, or one faction thinks so. So however meritorious that argument is, if it is a stumbling block, I think we have to address it. You know, it may well be that internally, the internal view of the commission is that the structure is fine as it is. But if increasingly others are using it to dismiss the work of the commission as not something they can line up behind, or they can queue behind, then it is a problem that we need to address. So I think we still, you know, have to deal with this problem of the, you know, whether or not we do the inclusiveness through party, or we do it through the various ways others have been talking about, you know, find ways of defining criteria so that it's not, it's a bit neutral, or it's a bit more meritocratic, more professional, and those kinds of things. And maybe we should address that. I have also wondered whether you felt that the placement under the executive, and this may be just, you know, sometimes where you place something in the institution helps, right? So it is placed under the executive. What if it were relocated and placed under, say, a directive principles of state policy, so that at the end of the directive principles of state policy, or some portions of it, maybe front, Article 2 or whatever of that chapter, 30-something, you have the NDPC appears, and it is given the task or duty to develop plans and all those things that realize the things that are stated in the directive principles of state policy, so that we remove it completely, right? Part of the design to get it, this inter-regime longevity, is just take it out from under the executive. It still continues to advise presidents and parliaments and whatever, but put it somewhere else that gives it that, you know, if it's only a veneer of neutrality, then, you know, surround it with some, you know, safeguards that would make its product acceptable. For example, that once the plan is developed, it must be presented to Parliament, and Parliament accepts it by resolution. It may not mean much in terms of making it a legal document, or at least it's gone through a political process that's bipartisan. People have read it and they vote on it. And then when you begin to link it to things like Senor is talking about, when you begin to say that, okay, once a budget is presented, give us a document that aligns the budget to our homegrown SDGs, which becomes your plan, right? So something of the sort. Just we're trying to find a way to make this the product useful, and not be met with this kind of, it's not ours, so, you know, let's start another one when we come, let's put it aside. You know, so I think we should still take those concerns on board. It may not be meritorious from your point of view, but if that is what is stopping it from being useful and from being accepted politically, then we should take that on board, including possibly, you know, if you think that it's important to put in the Constitution, requirements for, because currently it doesn't appear that there is anything here that says it must go through these consultative exercises. It's something that you have developed internally, or maybe within the Act. Exactly. So if it's something that's fine. If it's in the Act and you think full in the Constitution, so that it's locked in as a requirement that you have to put these things through those processes, some stuff like that, you know. So at least that's the way I see it, that we should try and take on board these political concerns when they are expressed, because you don't want them to keep them using it as an excuse for why they'll throw away something we have spent scarce time and technocratic resources to develop, and yet will not see the light of day because people are just hung up on these other kinds of issues. So for me, that's my reaction.
Okay, can I address those and then? Okay. Obviously, there have been lessons learned from this very experience, and the issue of pursuing legitimacy that will go beyond political parties also has commanded our attention. One of them is, and looking back, I think we could have done a lot more public education than perhaps we did, so that people see their self-interest. Still, we did the consultations and all that, but consultations and education are not necessarily the same. One way of, but there's something that we need to recognize, we cannot run away from as a people, that at any given point, a plan or the plan will be prepared under a government. Whether the government in power and the opposition will have to be part of it or something. But at any given point, this, because you use the term under their rival party. And this is what we try to go around by involving all the political parties so that it doesn't become like a rival exercise, but rather a collective exercise. Where I think we were weak, and we're going to do a lot of work to strengthen this, is not getting the parliamentarians involved enough. The pictures I showed for Western region had the MPP and the NDC MPs. They were very much active in the whole process. The others also collaborated here and there, but I'm not sure that it was institutionalized enough. So that we want to get to a point where you use the term political class, but it depends on which aspect of the political class you're talking about. As I said, just one or two people can subvert the entire thing. What about getting the MPs involved enough for them to see their interests in it, such that if some individuals were to rise up against the plan that we've all prepared, it will be the MPs who would say, no, we will not go with your narrow view, and that we stand to benefit from this. And I'll give you a couple of examples as to why involving the MPs a lot more would have been effective.
Well, but isn't, I mean, maybe I should get back to the structural question, right? So what if one said, okay, look, development is ultimately, it's political, right? It's technocratic. It's not, well, we can't impose best practices on a political class that has its own mind and whatever it wants to do. But however, if we structured this differently, so you think it's not structural, but what if the commission really was a bureaucracy or a bureaucracy that just had a political layer as a board, right? So instead of what if the working commission was the bureaucracy proper, not these minister and all of those people, but that they just were like a board, right, of commissioners, different from any one of the NMC, National Media Commission, or anyone. They're just a board. And that the real job is done by the CEO or Director General and the staff, who are public servants. They stay there. I mean, the board hires the Director General, but that there's tenure. They get their job done regardless of regime. And that if anything at all, what we change is some members of the board. Maybe they also have tenure, but you change them maybe in 7-year cycles or whatever. So that you don't have this problem of regimes associating this with one or the other. You have a real public service structure that operates as a permanent technocracy. It's there. It's not associated with somebody's party or anything. And that those are just board members we replace, as and when their tenure ends, right? So that you just, this image thing doesn't exist.
Who will appoint them, though?
Who
will appoint them?
Oh, we can structure it anyhow we want. I mean, right? So the appointment can be done nominally by the president, but it doesn't mean that the president must. You can have a system where the nominees are chosen by different. You name whoever nominates, and the president just appoints as a matter of duty, right? So it's the president is appoint, maybe nominally so, but doesn't have to originate the appointments, right? So you could say the X member contributed, one or two members nominated by the Ghana Association of Industries or wherever you want, one or two members nominated by this, one or two, and then you specify their qualifications, by the Institute of whatever, or some academic institution, so that it's just a board, right? It's just a board. And then the commission can do its work, just free all of these kinds of minister this, minister that. And then you have other ways to make its work usable by whoever is in parliament or is in the government and all of that. And, I think we're trying to find a way to save, the commission from this kind of politics that we find ourselves in, which is a challenge of the institution we have now under consideration. So maybe something more forward-looking. Yes, the experience should inform us to take a more forward-looking approach and say, okay, given this experience, how can we tweak the structure? How can we tweak the way it does consultation? How can we tweak its relationship with Parliament? How can we tweak here and there so that it's something that's useful, right? Because I think people accept the logic. Not everybody embraces development planning as the appropriate tool. It's historically been very ideological, right? Some people think it's more associated with central, planning, and therefore some people to the market side of the spectrum don't think it's really something that, and maybe that's where the last president was coming from initially when he said, we don't believe it or we have our own plan. And so if that is the problem, but increasingly Ghanaians are beginning to find value in it because we are tired of these policy discontinuity and disruptions that come from our electoral cycle, and we want some long-range planning and good, long horizon in terms of, the planning cycles, then maybe that's how we go, And I think the idea can be accepted and can be sold, but we need to work out the concerns that people have around structure, around ownership, around cross-party, and maybe the way to do it is just make it a commission permanent with just a little board. I think a proper think tank and just a little board so that the board doesn't contaminate everything. Chairman, minister responsible for this, all of these people are just board members. And we don't worry about any of this.
Let me add to what you have said. It's not too different. I think chairman, commissioner has not really looked at their composition. What we say Chairman Sabozo is saying is not that you don't do any good work, but he's saying that where the thing is coming from, we don't care about what you have. You've done good work, fine. But those who constitute that body and where the thing is coming from makes it a chamber pot. Whether it is new or old, nobody wants to eat from it. That's all he's saying. He should look at it once again. Chairman appoints, president appoints chairman. Then as many ministers as he wants. Then there's government statistician. Then there's the governor of the Bank of Ghana. One representative from each of the region appointed by the RCC. What is the RCC? At West, the best part is 6. Such other persons as may be appointed by President, having regard to their knowledge and experience of the relevant areas and roles pertaining to development, economic, social development, blah, blah, blah. These are only one. But even here, also appointed by President. So the fact that you do consultations is neither here nor there. They don't want to know about your consultation. They are saying that you are putting something on us we don't want to accept. Our ideology is different from your ideology. So if we really want it, why don't we go the way that Chama is talking about? Let's restructure and get technical people to go there.
Wait, okay, let me explain something. No, there are two types of planning that, let me explain something. There are two types of planning that the Commission does. One, I think the focus has so far been on the long-term development plan and the political buy-in and so forth and so on. We can find ways out of it. As I explained earlier, it took me just a day to get the president-elect to actually see the value in having a long-term national development plan that will aid his own development agenda. He even appointed someone to do that. And I might also mention that among the proposals in the plan is what we call the 24-hour economy. And I need to make this clear, because there's this belief that everything in there was imposed. Nothing was imposed. It was just a recommendation. Any political party could have embraced the 24-hour economy and used that, but one political party chose to do that. So I thought I should mention that. But the issue of the types of planning, so we have the long-term planning, which we're talking about, but there are also medium-term plans that are carried out. They are solely for the government of the day. They do not necessarily reflect the position or views or policies of any past or future government. And this is done by the National Development Planning Commission. I suppose your point is that this should be done by a technocracy and not a commission. Is that the point you're making? Because we can put aside the long-term plan for now, but then focus on the medium-term plans that are prepared by the government of the day, including the coordinated program. The coordinated program influences the preparation of the medium-term plan, and it usually overlaps by a year of the election cycle.
I think we have Mr. Domlevo. He's been online for a long time. Sorry, apologies that we forgot about our online audience and participants. He's been waiting for a while, so let us take a question from him, and then we'll come to Mr. Atakrufi, and then we'll get back to Yahini.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. I must say that my argument or my position is so much in sync with that of yours and Mr. Ayikwe Otu. The acceptability of the document or the produce or the product from NDPC is an issue of whose ideas this document is. Is it not possible that instead of President appointing, I was trying to count. I saw the Minister of Finance and other ministers, as you may think, government, the Bank of Ghana, etc., 16 from the regions, etc. Instead of all this from the government, can't we break it down and say government may have to appoint a certain percentage or number, and then the other political parties should also appoint people to serve on the same council so that they are represented? I agree that the long-term development plan cannot be altered from month to month, year to year, or regime to regime. But there are medium-term plans which will emanate from it. So if we can have this representation, I think it will be more acceptable to parties who were not in government when it was prepared. Then I would like to suggest that it is painful that Ghana has such a very beautiful 40-year development plan, and it seems Ghanaians don't know about it. Any person talking about the development of the country first say, why don't we have a development plan? And many times I send them a link and say, you open this, we have a development plan. So the education, I think, is very important. But if it is possible, can we bring this into the Constitution such that if you are going to prepare a budget for any fiscal year, a percentage of the budget, especially pertaining to development, that is infrastructure, etc., must come from the development plan. If Parliament is not able to establish that you are getting this in sync with the development plan, then maybe the public funds should not be made available to you or given to you. That is, we should make it compulsory that the development or the infrastructure budget of the MDAs are aligned with the development plan of the country. These are my ideas. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much. I have a very strong opinion on that. You know, the Constitution under Article 187, Clause 7, A, made it very clear that the Auditor General in the performance of his functions is not under the direction and control of any other person or entity. I think that is to ensure the independence of the Auditor General, which I always argue that take the independence of the Auditor General away and nobody needs him. But the Constitution under 188 established an audit service with no mandate. Then 189 established the board. The Constitution didn't give the board any oversight over the Auditor General in the performance of his functions. But the human resource which the Auditor General has to work with is supposed to be recruited by the board. The one who gives you your team definitely have control over you. So I think that we may have to have a second look at these independent institutions, not only Auditor General, to see, learn from other countries. If you take, say, Liberia, Sierra Leone, most of the African region, including Eastern Africa, you see that it is a commission it is normally a commission or a body which is having its chair as the Auditor General. Therefore, that governance unit is internal to the organization. I think it is the same with Electoral Commission. I don't think Electoral Commission has any external board. The same way, I don't think Lands Commission and others, they have external boards. So if we can apply that, I think it's very necessary, because if the president should appoint a board chairman together with maybe 5 or 6 others to meet with the Auditor General, the conflict will continue. They will impose the ideas of the president on the Auditor General. I can't go into specifics, but from my point of view, we have a very nice example in Electoral Commission, Commission for Human Rights and Administration, Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice, etc. I think that should be uniform, and it should apply also to the Auditor General. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And while you have your mic, since the time is limited, if you can weigh in from your vantage point also in terms of the pensions issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think on the issue of the NDPC's acceptability, there are, just in line with your argument, there are quite a number of institutions which are always seen to be non-governmental or non-political. And if these institutions constitute the board of the NDPC, the acceptability of their plans will be much, much easier. And I have examples like the TUC, which cuts across, the civil service unions, as we know, CLOCSAC, the civil society organizations, the Public Service Commission, the Ghana Bar Association, the Security Services, the Auditor General, and then the Aegis Department. These are strong institutions that can represent the NDPC to push it towards the acceptability that we are all looking for. Mr. Chairman, then very quickly, 2 points. Just before lunch, we talked about the IGF question. And I think it's a very legitimate question that we all need to look at, especially as the new act, the SIGA Act, was passed. It means that the whole IGF question will need to be realigned, especially with state institutions or state enterprises that are now receiving IGFs. The question is whether they should be allowed to keep the entire IGF or there should be some capping so that part of what they receive will go to government. And also, we need to look at whether they should continue to be on subvention so long as they have access to IGFs. Because if you look at the economic classification of institutional budgets, there are three main arms, and I think Ambassador Otu mentioned that the goods and services, which we know the operational expenses, the capital expenditure, and compensation. Now, if they don't have IGFs, it makes goods and services quite difficult and CAPEX quite difficult. But most of these institutions are receiving IGF, but at the same time, their compensation is being paid by government. The question is there any justification? For example, the public universities, they are on subvention, and yet they receive IGFs. I think some institutions were mentioned by the gentleman earlier on. He mentioned Ghana Airports, he mentioned Standards Board and others. These are all under subvention, but they receive substantial IGF. So I think that question needs to be legitimately looked at so that we can realign to see those who should be taking up subvention so that the pressure can be off government a little bit, because it is unfair with the passage of the SIGA Act for these SOEs to be receiving IGFs and at the same time to be of subvention. I mean, Minerals Commission, how can they have 100% retention of IGF? So there are institutions that need to be looked at. That needs to be looked at carefully along those lines. And Mr. Chairman, looking at chapter 13, as we are all looking at on finance, we see the financial resource potentials within the country. And Section 174 talks about tax, which we've discussed extensively. Then Section 181 talks about loans, 182, public debt, and then 183 talks about the role of the central bank in ensuring financial stability. It doesn't, and I can understand why the Constitution in 1992 would not mention institutions such as the Securities and Exchange Commission, would not mention the National Insurance Commission, would not mention the National Pensions Regulatory Authority. But these are potentially the institutions that put together what we call the financial stability of a country. There is emphasis only on the central bank, which is understandable. At the time, the central bank was seen as the only institution that was responsible for the financial stability. But now we've gone beyond that. So any look at the Constitution, we need to look at a broader body, the Financial Stability Council, comprising the Bank of Ghana, the National Pensions Regulatory Authority, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and then NIC. I think broadly, that is where the financial resource of a country would depend on. Because most developed economies rely on pension funds. It is the safest and the most patient of all pension funds that nations should rely on to develop. even before you go to external debt, pension funds should be one of the areas that a nation must resource itself from. And it is both ways. Whereas the nation is getting enough funds for its economic development, its contributors, the pension contributions, are also being forced to save and then getting their investment done, as Madam Abna Amwa was alluding to earlier on. So I think Section 13, especially, Section 183, will need to be looked at and expanded beyond the central bank to a financial stability council. Thank you.
Dr. Tiahni, and then having heard from Patrick Stevenson, so that the youth cannot say that we have not heard them on the economy, and then our Ghana, United One Ghana, people who have been with us almost every session. And then I see Mr. Felix there. Did you say something earlier? Okay. So Dr. Tiahni, and then we'll come back, and then we'll go back to...
I think the framers of the constitutions in 1992, just as you just said, I'll answer yours, because the banking was the, when you talk about financial, it was about banking. But after 32 years now, the pension is the second after the banking, with huge assets. Then you have the securities, and then you have the insurance. So like Mr. Akrufi said, we need to expand that area so that it will embrace, although the banking is 75%, it can take over, it can take care of the other sections. But I listened to the argument, the discussion between Dr. Nimoy, and I thought, Papa, you have, Chairman, you've said it all. You have said it all. Any institutions that have government people, ministers and ministers, people see it as an appendage of government. So for me, for what you have said, if you yourself with your team can carve something that is worthy putting into the Constitution, because if you leave it to the National Development Commission, they may not be able to do it. So do it and put it in, because we need people to buy in. The reason why people are not buying is one person will say it's like a chamber pot. There's nothing you can do.
May I just come in? May I just come in here for a second?
There is nothing you can do that the other party will buy in. But from where you came from, I think I sat down and listened to your discussion and the discussion of Mr. Krufi. I thought it was very, very good that we need to have it from that perspective. Although they have done a good job, but now let us do something that everybody will buy in. That will become a national document. The last one that I want to comment is about, I know you've done the natural resources, leveraging on the natural resources to improve to increase the physical space. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to give you just a small figure. Between 2014 and 2023, according to data audited by the Auditor General, total gold extracted 15.2 billion. And it will shock members in this room that what came to the central bank as a foreign exchange is 6.7 billion. Yes, 50 billion, 50.2 billion.
US dollars.
US dollars.
Between 2014.
Between 2014 to 2023.
Fair enough now.
You can verify it.
No. We will, I mean, he will make his last point and then we'll come back.
You can verify it from the Bank of Ghana, audited by the Auditor General. And I visited Namibia. Diamond, those of you know Anglo DBS Diamond. 2020, they used to be in the same state that we have. They call Anglo DBS board members from America and Britain. Look, we cannot continue with the 14% of 14%. So 2021, they said, give us 30% stake. 2025, as I speak to you now, for every $100, $40 is retained. And by 2030, take it or leave it, it's 50-50. If we don't do that, and we can go and borrow, you go and borrow 3 billion, and you, after 10 years, you got only 6.7 billion. It is ridiculous. So I believe that we should look, I've sent the paper already to you, a world papers by a lot of people, Dr. Dufo, Kwabrabaji, Siama, Dr. Siama, and we did a whole, I've given it to you. Take your time and read it, because the way the world is going, cocoa is no more there, but people are taking our gold as if nothing is happening. So I plead with you that let those who do the natural resources, leveraging or anchoring on the natural resources to improve the physical space of this economy, they should look at that paper. Thank you very much.
Back in your court, Mr.
I don't know, I'm confused here because go up on gold and cocoa and all that. It appears there's an obsession with form over substance. I take your argument for technocracy, and that may be considered. But let me just share a little bit of information here, and let's see how folks react. And by the way, those who eventually opposed the 40-year National Development Plan did not do so on ideological basis. Their concerns were the following. One said that it was too long, 40 years. And our response was that we did not even choose the 40 years. The 40 years pretty much chose us, because starting from 2018 to 2057, that was going to be 40 years of 10 four-year medium-term plans. So it was just a coincidence, or providence, shall we say. That's one. The second line of position was, believe it or not, the length of the document, and I think I mentioned that, those who opposed it. Some said it was too long, even though we did share an abbreviated version of about 30 pages. And then there was also the quibbling over the name. Again, nothing about ideology. Some said it should be called a framework and not a plan, even though plan is a generic term that can apply to anything. So I just thought I should let you know that there were no ideological opposition. There was no ideological opposition per se. It was more administrative issue. But let me just share something here. Some of the targets in the plan. It says that basic schools that need major repairs, as of 2014, it was 22%. As of 2013, it was 22%. The projection for the plan was that irrespective of which government was in power, this was to be reduced to 10% in 2021 and then 0% in 2025, which is this year. Basic schools needing repairs. Basic schools with drinking water, only 61% of them in 2014. The recommendation was that it should be, or the projection was that it should be 75% by 2021 and 100% by 2025. Basically, us, the so-called ruling elite, were building schools for children around this country without providing them with drinking water. So the plan said that we should do that. The third one said that basic schools with toilets, it was only 72%. So there were toilets in the schools in this country without toilets. And we said that by 2021, it should be 100%. Now, what is ideological about these targets? Why can't a government implement these development targets without worrying about who prepared them? Frankly, I don't get it.
No, but I think that's, I mean, you should get it. I mean, this is a political, I think you get it. I mean, you do. I mean, it's not that, you know, the targets you set or the ambitions are not pro-developmental or good for the country. I mean, so it's not about the merit of the document. Clearly, it's been established that it has nothing to do with the content, the merit, or the technocratic quality of the document. It is the political management of the whole thing that is killing an otherwise good thing. So what we can do on this commission is, if there's anything that can be done in or about the Constitution in relation to the NDPC so that its products as well as its processes are acceptable to the broad spectrum of the political class, regardless of regime, and therefore so that we can have some assurance that the expense we incur in going through the process would not be wasted, and that there will be some alignment between your output and what it is that governments implement. And there was a good, so I don't know if it's you or somebody said, okay, what if we said that, a certain, at least the infrastructure budget, right? So you have a long-term plan with certain infrastructure targets and things that we should be doing by year 1, year 10. What if, those things there's some alignment between a government's capital budget and what it is that has been projected for the infrastructure development of the country. If you want to construct railroads between Accra and Paga, and the goal is that by year 2057, we will have railroads between Accra and Paga. And there is broad acceptance within the political class, bureaucratic class, whatever, the elites, population. And your plan comes and says, okay, this year we will do Accra to X as part of that project. Next year, this government will continue. So that there is that kind. So even just alignment of the infrastructure portion of the NDPC, it's one way to go, right? And then Senor has this idea. Well, then to make sure that is really happening, the M&E part says, once you have produced the document, we take it, and NDPC comes and says, look, we have to vet your budget to see if it's in compliance, and that we make public this report. The budget is aligned in these ways, is misaligned in these ways. You don't have sanction power, just put it out there for us to know.
Just for your information, that is actually the practice now.
But we don't know that.
Well,
right?
It's not a publicized exercise, but every year, for as long as I can remember, NDPC works with the Ministry of Finance when the MDAs bring their budgets to make sure that they're in fact aligned with the medium-term national development plan. So that is already taking place. If it's a question of not, and I'm not even sure.
No, but I think that medium-term development plan is not the problem, right? That is the government's plan, so that's easy, right? I think a government ensuring that the lower tier local authorities' plans are aligned with the central government's plan. I don't think that's a difficulty. The difficulty we're having is making sure that over time, our incremental national budgets and other things have a certain end goal that they are all leading to, and that you have set that end goal, and that we're looking to see that if we must have public transit between here and Tamale or here in Kumasi, that there is some way in which we are getting there, and that your plan gives us that light.
It does, in fact. I'll give you a copy of the abbreviated version. Everything you just said is actually in there. It's just that folks were not interested in that. Maybe we should put it bluntly. But everything you said, besides the National Spatial Development Framework, we also prepared for the first time ever in our history the Ghana Infrastructure Plan, about 9 volumes, that lays out all these issues, how many schools, including the number of rooms we will need between 2018 and 2050, the number of nails, the amount of cement, everything was laid out. But perhaps we're dealing with people who are pretending to be asleep, and so it doesn't really matter how hard you shake them.
No, I think I think it's the incentive. What is the incentive for those who must make good the ambitions that we have set? What is the incentive within our political system for them to act on those things? And I think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for some way to create an incentive structure within our system where the ambitions that you have set are actually carried through. And whether or not it's because they are stubborn or because whatever it is that is the stumbling block, I think what we can do, the most we can do, the best we can do is that within the framework of this kind of exercise, is there a way we can put, whether it's a carrot or a stick or some way in which we can put some prescriptions or guardrails around the process of implementing these things such that there is buy-in, there is enforcement, there is compliance, there is follow through on these things that you've done. And of course, politicians would have 1 zillion reasons why they don't want to do something. You know, most of the things that, you know, politicians, if you didn't have a term limits provision in the Constitution, you can trust me that almost every president who has done a second term will try a third term in Ghana, right? So it's not that they don't have that appetite. It's that that appetite is restrained by the Constitution, and it's done in such a way that they have no way around it. So you use Constitution sometimes to do exactly that. Something that the political class has no political will to do, if you craft the Constitution well enough, and it's the appropriate kind of way to do it, you can actually get them to do certain things. And that's, I think, is all we're looking for. We're just looking for a way to make sure that your efforts do not go waste. You know, so the assistance you can give us is to help us think through ways in which, whether through structure, through the way in which your relationship with Parliament is calibrated, whether or not the way through which your relationship with parties, I mean, any of the useful ways that we can help to make sure that this, if we're going to do development planning at all, right, then we must make sure that whatever is worth doing in a way that makes it successful. So really, I don't think it's not looking, you know, back and saying that I understand how you feel. I mean, I think if you spend a lot of time on this thing and the people are just not doing it, and it's frustrating. But I think the real issue is not to relitigate why they didn't do it, why they did. We just have to find a way. And if structure is how we tweak it to make it work, then we do it, you know, so that at least we can get some value for money out of the exercise that we have done. You know, so really it's not a commentary on the merit of your process or document. It's about how politics can just kill a good thing. And we know that everything we are trying to do, you know, whether it's on debt or it's on, you know, budget or taxation or waivers, is really to look for ways in which we can close these ways in which politicians can frustrate all the good intentions in the document. So I think that's what we're trying to do, and it's not to be taken as a commentary on the exercise that you undertook, you know, some years past. It's just looking forward. How can we make sure that that is not repeated, and that we get value for money from these kinds of exercises? You know, so I think let's give Stevenson, Patrick, and then Mr. Biga, and I want everybody to have a chance before we leave, and then our young guys who have formed the next winning political party. That's right. You know, so then we can come back and then we can close off.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I was originally going to talk about two things, and I'll still do that. But to pick off the last point you were making, Dr. Thompson, I mean, the presentation you made, you showed a video. I think that video sort of brings clarity to the point that, you know, the chair makes around the political incentives for the technical work you do. I mean, you did consult the Honorable Member of Parliament, Chairman Sabuntu. He was involved in the process. I'm sure he appreciated the technical components of it. But then he speaks to the public, and what does he say? He's not going to do anything with it. And that reason doesn't go to the heart of the technical reasons you may be privy to. For example, when somebody says the length of the document is a reason, that's not what he says publicly to us. So I guess the way we can perhaps reimagine this, and regardless of how we dice it up to say, okay, reimagine the relationship, you know, between NDPC and the political parties, whatnot. We may go through all of that, but at least in my opinion, we are going to come back to the composition of the NDPC and the way it's currently set up. Our politicians generally don't have an incentive when they are on the minority side or on the other side. If they are not controlling the executive, really, they don't have the incentive to work with those in power, right? And so that's where perhaps the imagination should be, that maybe we may have to go the route of working with an independent NDPC necessarily, But that also leads us to two problems, which you clearly alluded to. What if we are dealing with a short-term, medium-term planning and dealing with the other things that Senor Husi, for example, talked about in supporting the executive? How do we navigate that if this institution is supposed to be working outside of the control of the executive? So that's going to be one problem we'll have to navigate. It's not clear to me how we work around that. It's also not clear if we say the NDPC is not going to do long-term planning and it's just going to do short-term, support to the executive, and they work around our planning activities. So perhaps that's something that we should work on. I think that brings me to the suggestion that the chair had made earlier, that perhaps we should reimagine an NDPC that may operate like, our electoral commission or any of these other, commissions that we have in the Constitution, in a manner that, we may not have 45 members. I'm wondering how effective it is to work with a team of 45 people, as opposed to, say, having 7 or 8 technically, competent individuals, so to speak, and then you have proper resources that are provided, and you engage, with Parliament, with the political parties, as we have seen. Perhaps that may bridge that, political commitment that we are seeing, and the politicians may not come back and undo what you will have worked with them across the divide to do. I do appreciate the work that you just showed, and I didn't know the level of consultation that went into the 40-year plan. The other thing I want to say, Mr. Chair, it goes to the question that I think we've had that conversation earlier around the IGFs. What it occurs to those of us that also pay attention to the fiscals of government, it appears that to the extent that the central government is aware that the institutions have IGFs and they use the IGFs to support their goods and services budget, they rarely make proper allocations at the center of government to provide those services. So it's almost become a very fungible scenario. And I'll give you 2 examples. If you look at the 2025 budget that has been read, and they compare to 2024 allocations, for institutions in the health sector that actually generate IGFs, I'm just running through numbers from the budget here. So if you look at the central government's own allocations to compensation, we have about 12.2 billion Ghana cedis for 2025. This is over 10 billion compared to 10 billion of 2024. That's the total allocations made by government of Ghana. And then that on compensation. If you check goods and services, you have 154 million Ghana cedis compared to 65 million Ghana cedis in 2024. So in 2025, goods and services, you have 154 million. In 2024, you have 64 million. That's goods and services for institutions in the health sector that charge fees. Compare that to internally generated funds. IGFs, they spend some of that on compensation. What has been budgeted for in 2025, you have 893 million. The spending on compensation from IGFs, 893 million. The previous year, you had 568 million. So that looks like some improvement or increase, if you like, in the spending of IGF on compensation. But check the amount of IGFs that is being spent on goods and services. For 2025, you have 2.9 billion on goods and services, as against goods and services spending from previous year of 3.03 billion, thereabout. So for 2025, IGFs is going to account for 2.9 billion expenditure on goods and services, while the central government is allocating just 154 million. That should tell you that the central planner is aware of the multiple uses of IGF, particularly for goods and services. Now, if this is the health sector is generating its IGFs primarily from fees and out-of-pocket payments. This, to a large extent, may tell you that we are likely financing goods and services, i.e. buying medicine, supplies, and whatnot. We are financing that from people's pockets. So if this money has to go to the central pot, before we find some other accountability mechanism to distribute it back to the health sector facilities, you have a major problem. If any of what Ambassador Ikweotu had alluded to earlier.
But then the question is, so the question is who, over this 2.5 billion that is being used at the
2.9
at the entity level
Yep.
to finance the goods and services. So the central government just says, look, as for us, we can only give you 154 million. How you finance the rest of it, whether you chop some or whatever, is our back case, right? So yes, so the 2.5 billion that is left for the entity to actually cough up for goods and services is also likely a source of waste, right? So nobody knows what's happening there. Are there guardrails around this? Are there ways in which somebody is taking a look and saying, okay, the 2.5 billion is really the 2.5 billion we are using for goods and services? Or is it inflated? Is it over-invoiced? Is it money that, could you do even a whole lot more with it? I think that's the question of the abuse part.
The way that has been accounted for, perhaps we don't have the robust pre-disbursement requirements that we may need, but at least the Auditor General performs a review of all of these entities, but that usually is coming like a year late. And so before even Parliament, gets to see this and puts in place any corrective mechanisms, then perhaps it's too late. What I equally know is that for some of these, institutions, there are caps on what they can retain for spending. So if the question is on potential abuses, then we should actually be informed by the kinds of abuses and whether we can put in place control mechanisms around that, as opposed to saying we should transfer everything back to the center of government and then figure out a mechanism for disbursement. Because post-disbursement and post-spending, the Auditor General does some work anyway. So that's the other point that I wanted to make. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Biga?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for inviting me. I did send a short paper, so I'm not going to go through that, but I just wanted to make some general comments and observations. It seems to me that the constitution we have now is borrowing heavily from a legacy of constitutions before it. And most of those have been designed to achieve specific goals. And if we continue to review this without taking into account the overarching objectives, then we might be pulling very hard at a rope that is tied, to a heavy rock that is quite difficult to move. And so it seems to me that reviewing the structure, and that involves a lot, including incentive systems, is important. And given that we've operated the Constitution for like 32 years, I think, just looking at the text and all of that, really, I feel might not really give us the sort of leap we're looking for. A lot of the youth feel they are not represented. The systems are not working for the majority of the people. And this opportunity to review should also sort of give us the chance to sort of dismantle some of these things. The president continues to appoint the majority of the people in the public sector, services, etc. And this is a design that's put there by people who were imperial and wanted to have full control of everything so that they can extract as much as possible and have people obey. So why should we have a sort of imperial president in this modern age? And if you, say, went to the UK, for example, and I know they operate a prime ministerial system and kind of thing, but essentially, how much power does a prime minister have? All right. Here, the president is appointing almost everybody, and so from the Chief Justice to even Parliament, you see that people are incentivized to please the president. So even cases that go to the Supreme Court, you know, sometimes they will not sit on it until the president's term has passed or the case becomes moot. And these are all reverse kind of ways that, you know, the original constitution, which we have borrowed from, you know, has set in place. So we are not going too far if we are mimicking the same structure. And I think that, you know, if we don't really break it down, we will accomplish a lot, but it will not take us too far. Thank you.
To do creative destruction.
We should. I mean, for example, why should the president appoint so many people? Even a basic HR tells you that if you have too wide a span of control, you become very ineffective in leading the people. So we need to break down these systems. How does the president appoint, like, I don't know, God knows how many people? And how do you keep effective the power that you wield? You know, and sometimes people get appointed and the president doesn't know, but it's in his name. You know, so why should we maintain such a system? It's not working. You know, the youth are disillusioned. They feel, you know, this whole structure is, you know, so people are engaging elsewhere. They are trying to cut their own ways, you know, and most people want to travel outside because those systems are working. And they sort of signal very well that if you put in this effort, you're going to get that, you know. And this constitution has to give us the commanding heights of the economy because we are Ghanaians. It is for us.
United One Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity once again.
Please don't read your manifesto to us.
No, please.
we are not voting on election day. Just give us relevant points for discussion.
Yes, I'm going to speak just a comment on the central bank. We in United One Ghana, we believe that the central bank, if my memory serves me well, was formed on I think on 4th March 1957. That is, it was the charter that formed that central bank was the British Parliament. So what we should be looking at is to review the legislation or the charter that formed the central bank to suit the current economic needs of our country, and then to inculcate, widen the tax network, or either to widen it or to reduce it. So if you look at the review of the central bank charter, I think it will also help us in the fiscal climate that we are talking about. Thank you.
So the issue around the central bank is the board of the bank has come up for commentary, as well as the tenure of the governor, and also actually of the board, you know. And I think in the light of our contemporary experience, there's a sense that the central bank governor has become another appendage of the government and of the Minister of Finance. And there have been, you know, when governments change, that's why there's this appetite to change the governor too. And the governor has been changed already. Because, well, that governor was brought in by the other party and was doing their bidding, and they gave the governor instructions, and the governor was printing money and all of those things, right? So there are those issues, which of course have impact on the economy. I mean, inflation and all of that, inflation control and all of those things. So those are the kinds of, you know, conversations we expect input around, you know, how exactly, of course, central bank autonomy is always politically contested, right? Because governments don't want their monetary policy entirely to a body that they cannot control, right? So there's this same debate between the technocracy and politics. I mean, you have the mandate to govern the country. You want to be able to have a way of dealing with inflation on the fiscal as well as on the monetary side. And if you think on the monetary side, you have no control at all. and that somebody with their fancy economics degree is going to basically just do the decisions on the monetary side without accountability, right? So again, we want people to reflect on not just the independence. We have one paper, for example, that says, no, we all got it wrong about this independent business and that. We have to worry more about accountability of the governor. How do we do that? How do we do to make sure that the central bank is accountable for the decisions they make? Should they be able to just take money and build a hospital of X or a headquarters of this amount of money? I mean, this is our resource, right? I mean, who makes those decisions about whether the government or the central bank should get into hospital building for themselves or their staff? You know, so all of those kinds of decisions, you know, when you think about independence, for us too, we are interested in accountability, which is the flip side. Because governments are going to be unwilling to give too much independence to key institutions like that when there are no guarantees on the accountability side that they can rein in, you know, abuses. It's not just politicians who can abuse power. Technocrats too can abuse power, right? So, you know, wherever you put too much power, you also have to think about balancing it. So I think we would be interested in those submissions that guide us in that direction. If you want more independence, how do we, on the other side, also deal with the issue of accountability so that we can have a balance across the board and not just with respect to the political class or anything. Unfortunately, this is such a huge area. We couldn't exhaust everything. If we think opportunity to invite you back, and I think at some point when we get to really, we've gotten all the inputs and we are buckled down to actually do the review and the recommendations. We may invite some of you back to help assist us really go through this and process it properly so that we know that what we are trying to do achieves the results that we're looking for. I would have liked for us to talk about international borrowing. There are provisions in the Constitution. We've talked about ceilings and uses of debt and, you know, the process by which we should do it, but the provisions on the Constitution, we haven't touched most of them. Please look at Chapter 13 again, which is the finance provision. Theo Champon broke it down into these 6 or 7 thematic areas. It's a useful classification for our purposes. Look at those provisions again and think of ways you can assist the committee to go beyond just authorizing. The Constitution just authorizes things under Chapter 13. It just says Parliament can do this, can do that, can do that, can do that. So, and that's probably fine in the old classical way of doing constitutions. You just give government power to do something, and then you leave it to them to figure out. And that's how our constitution tends to work. It's very permissive. It donates power, it authorizes it, but doesn't turn around to put any restrictions, any restraints, any guardrails around it. And that is what I think we would be better assisted if you guys can help us with more concrete proposals in your written submissions on exactly how we do that. So on this note, I think on behalf of the committee, unless any one of the members wants to, but I think we've had a lot of useful material. I hope that our researchers and assistants have captured all or substantially all of it. We are back here tomorrow on a different thematic subject, which is fundamental rights, chapter of the Constitution, together with discussions on youth, gender, and inclusion. So that would be our conversation tomorrow. We have a new a whole set of people coming up. We will do anti-corruption, which would be the next cluster. I think that will be scheduled for next week. It was supposed to be this week, but I think we're having some revisions in our schedule. But when you go on constitutionreviewgh.org, you will get all the updates for the upcoming stakeholder engagements. And then after Easter, I think we will announce the calendar for our zonal engagements across the country. So thank you for your participation. thank you for listening. Oh, you want to do the vote of thanks for me?
No. I could see you wanted to do the, finish up what, but we have 3 points that we actually want to voice it out.
But I thought you had.
No, but we didn't finish. We didn't finish, and then you started giving your remarks. So if you can give us.
Is it in your written submission?
Yeah, it's about the contract and the debt issue. We are actually advocating for the Central Contract Clearance House, which will be, Central Contract Clearance House. I mean, that is going to be under the presidency. This, in the case where we have this judgment debt, right? Whatever happens, it must get to the contract clearing house before any other decision is being made. What I'm trying to say is that with international, where we find ourselves with the judgment debt, it shouldn't be a liability on the state. Those who actually signed the contract, were part of the contract formation and all that, should be held responsible for this. So now we have international firms where we can even contract, whereby they have liabilities on insurance and stuff like that, in order not to bother the state on this, how do you call it?
Yeah, but a lot of the contract judgment debt issues also come from just breaches of contract, right?
Yes.
We sign contracts, and then the next government comes or next minister comes, and then they breach it. And we are held liable for it, right? So it's not, sometimes it's maybe because we made a bad contract and we want to get out of it. But sometimes it's not also because we made a bad contract, it's because somebody comes and doesn't want to be bound by the contract made by the previous government, and they breach it because the liability falls on the state. And there are no consequences, so I understand, right? So, there are laws on the books on, willfully causing financial loss to the state. If they were actually routinely and religiously enforced, maybe that could contain some of the problems. There was a maybe you can assist us here, a sole commissioner was established to look into judgment debts. It was a former Superior Court judge, I think, who did that work. I think maybe it would be useful to take a look at the report and what recommendations that Justice Appel, I think, came up with for dealing with this problem. Because if it's indeed part of the conversation, while we are talking about leaking money, a lot of money is paid in judgment debts. Even in this year's budget, look at the amount set aside to pay for judgment debts, which means we have almost institutionalized it. We have almost accepted that we are always going to be made to pay, to other contracting parties for debts that, contracts we have broken. And we are getting a reputation, actually, for breaking contracts. In many international arbitral forums and other places, we are actually getting a reputation. So, but there is work that has been done that maybe this committee could benefit from Justice Appau's recommendations. How do you deal with this problem of judgment debts that are continually incurred by governments, the burden of which falls on the taxpayer? You are right, we pay for it. But it's not something you can say, the minister who breached the tax, we are talking about $100 million. They're not going to be able to pay for it. I mean, what are we going to do? Right? So it's more not to breach it. If we have some things in place that stop the incurrence of those debts, maybe the way we contract the loans, which is why I wanted us to talk about, maybe the process, the oversight on the contracting side is bad. So let's look at the Constitution and say, okay, how are we doing these loans? Sometimes you are there, government wants a loan, certificate of urgency, whatever, they rush loans through like within a day.
Yeah.
$100 million, $200 million loan has been incurred. Parliament has approved it without public consultation, without any public participation in the process, right? So maybe on the process side, before the loan is incurred, what can we do to make sure that we are protected? And then on the post-agreement side, what is it can be done to prevent opportunistic breaches of contract. Somebody comes and wants to do a new deal or bring in their own people, and then they breach the old contract, and then we have to pay for it.
Yes.
So that approach, I mean, those kinds of things are the ways we are looking for to tighten these loopholes and stuff like that. I don't know if that is where your central clearinghouse, and why are you using the term clearinghouse? Associated with the Jubilee House.
You know what happens is that it gets to these ministers, they sign the contract and at the blind side of even the presidency. Yes, it happens. It happens. So that is why we just want to institute this.
So that's your idea, is that the president must see everything.
Must see everything that he must be aware. When they ask him, sometimes you ask the president what happened, he even doesn't know.
Okay, thank you. So yes, thank you for the input. I think it's been we've had a lot of interesting contributions coming. Of course, one day is not sufficient to exhaust the subject, but that's why we continue to urge you to please send us your written memoranda. Don't, without a lot of narrative, right? Just go straight to the point. What problem is there? How do you suggest we deal with it? If you can point one article in the Constitution that we should tweak, we should amend, that's fine. If we should include something new that you don't think is there, you can also propose it. But we need very, very specific recommendations to deal with, the legion of problems that we have identified in the economic governance sector of our country. So thank you very much. Have a good evening.